Alright, welcome back, folks. It is day 43. As the per Duolingo tradition, trying to keep the streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Yesterday we completed Unit 7, and as per usual, for the 3rd or 4th day of the cycle, it's largely review, and a very, very welcome review, which allowed us to patch up all the little loose recall, our gaps in our recall, right? And there's something very exciting to talk about, and something really weird to talk about that I didn't notice from yesterday as I was reflecting on basically the pace, the volume that Duolingo has. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's practice our total recall session. Okay, so I kind of rehearsed it a little bit yesterday just to reinforce some of the stuff. So we're still going to use English though. Let's see if I can gather the kana here in no particular order, right? So I'm gonna go over all the ones that I was trying to keep myself in my memory, not the ones we already know. Okay, so we have chikaku, nearby. Chanto, kind of like the idea to make sure. Chanto. Keisatsu. Suwarimasu. Byoin. Goryoshin. That's 6. I felt like I had 7, right? Oh, abunai. Those were the 7. Let's throw in some extras. Extra. Gokazoku. Gokazoku, right? Still feels really weird to say it. Gokazoku. Mosuku. Mosuku. I suppose we can try this one. This one's really salient in my head because of pronunciation, right? Kai ga warui. Guai Guai ga warui, right? Guai ga warui. I mean, I could say it in different tone, like different pacing and stuff at this point. Guai ga warui. Yeah. Guai ga warui. Let's see. We have Kyusha, right? Oh, no, there is another one. Usuri. Usuri. Alright, now I'm confident. We got all our patches blocked up. All our gaps. And now all the rest are... Guess we throw in some stuff, right? Throw in some stuff here and there. Yasumimasu. Akai in the context of tall. Yama, yeah, mountain, right? Yama. And yes, Hurui was in the unit. Fujisan. Tatemono, building. And then obviously there's one category that I'm actually avoiding, but let's do it. Kirei na, of course, the na. Nigiyaka, na, right? Another na. Yume, another na. Ya for shop. Daijobu. Sorry. Daijobu. Onegaishimasu. Skoshi. For a bit. Skoshi. Kyo. Today. Kyo. Yeah, everything's pretty salient right now. We're just jostling around. I'm specifically looking for things in the last unit so that we don't fill the page up with like 400 words from all the units prior. Hana. Oh, I almost wrote Hana. It's a lot more difficult than I think now. It's becoming increasingly difficult to reframe. Hana. I suppose you can throw in Are. Pretty sure that was this unit or the previous unit. What else we got? Might be a couple more things, huh? I mean, Totemo, Hontoni, Yeah, this is pretty good. I think, are there any, oh,電話番号, right? Phone number. 電話番号. Alright, I mean, technically, settle. Technically, Q. Yes, technically no, in the way that it's used as a spacer for a sequence of things. So the reason why I say it's a spacer, it's not technically a spacer. It's a sequence linker, is how they're using it. So the first sequence would be like 2 numbers or 3 numbers, and then the no is using as a linker to the next series of numbers, and the numbers are separate things. So that's kind of how I remember the function of the no linker. That's a grammar point outside of Duo. It's kind of inferred though already. Yeah, that's pretty much as much as, oh, I guess we can throw in the other half of stuff, right? Okashi snack. Otera temple. Jinja shrine. Omikage. Omikage? Yeah, Omikage. Souvenir. I'm staring at the kana, and then I'm not sure about the third kana. Omikage. Seems to roll off the tongue enough, so we'll go with that. Shizuka. Another na. Alright. There you go. Pretty good. Pretty good. No uncomfortableness. I think the hardest thing to do right now, which I actually intentionally do, is to restrict myself to Unit 7. Not anything else before. Otherwise, we'll be here till eternity. That's for later, though. That's for later. So this is all the stuff that I'm pretty confident has occurred in Unit 7. Outside of the rest of the numbers, too. So, from 0 to 9, all the numbers, including Ju. Oh, that's what it reminded me of. Nandesu ka? Nandesu ka is also a phrase. Nandesu ka? Right? And the reason why I know nandesu ka is nansai desu. So what age? Nansai desu. And the reason I remember that was because I thought of numbers. So, nandesu ka? Nansai desu. Now is that everything? I think so. Yeah, I think that's probably everything. Yeah, there you have it. That's Unit 7. Generally, I feel really great after the repetitious day, right? You get day 1, which is today again, the first half of the vocabulary. Day 2, the second half of the vocabulary. Well, it's actually day 1, first half of the vocabulary repeat, I'm pretty sure. And if there's a personalized challenge. And then day 2, second half, repeats. And then day 3 to day 4 are double repeats. And that's when you get everything ironed out, at least in my opinion. So now we go on to the funny or the interesting category that I seem to have discovered, but coincidentally should have observed, but didn't observe. Okay, so yesterday, I was talking about this. I was talking about pacing, right? And pacing was, I felt that I was questioning my recall. And I was curious, and this led me to the idea of, is section 2 moving faster, right? I felt that ever since I hit section 2, vocab might have doubled in volume. And that's, I took a reflection. I looked at some previous VOD stuff and whatnot, and it's sort of yes and no. Of course, my classical yes and no. Yes, the volume did increase, but shikoshi. Increased shikoshi, right? Just a bit. I wouldn't consider it significant. Now, it's no, because after looking back, I've almost increased my pace by 30 to 40%. And the reason why I thought I was going at the same pace is kind of funny story. So I thought at first, you know, they started swapping up stuff. So yesterday, for example, or the day before, 2 days ago, there was an update. And the only way I noticed the update was this big chunker here, the guidebook thing. So this chunker thing is now a floater. However, I also noticed something weird that didn't correlate with my memory. And the guidebooks changed too. So I was absolutely most positively certain that one of the guidebooks before section 2 unit 8 talked about the different numbers, like the different it was for time, and they showed all the numbers and showed how the amount of time, like pun, it showed pun and hun for all 10 numbers, right? However, I think those guidebooks are the old positions. So I'm guessing they shuffled the guidebook around now and they changed it so that it's appropriate for the new path. So the old guidebook seemed like it was out of sync, and some of the stuff were a little bit out of sync. Like, well, they didn't really do this part. It's kind of like an extra thing. So I think there was a little bit of a change up. So, and I don't know if they changed it post this, like what changed post this or past this point. That was 2 days ago, right? What I didn't notice, and I don't know if it happened 2 days ago or today, because something else happened today, okay? So 2 days ago, I looked and I was thinking, yo, I don't remember section 1 only having 5 units. Like when I first saw that, I was like, no way. Because in the kanji section, which is the teaser, by the way, in the kanji section, unit 5 only covers ichi, ni, san. Whoops, that's a terrible san. Hold up, let's fix this. San, let's, I guess. We have Tanaka, right? Tanaka, and then Nakayama, right? And then Yamaguchi. Those are the only ones. in section 1 through 5, and this is the telltale sign that I wasn't noticing because I don't go backwards. You don't typically go backwards in a Duolingo path. And I would say the thing that I described here is also why most people's impressions of Duolingo is myopic. It happens all the time. When you go around, you use Duolingo. Duolingo doesn't have certain things. It changed certain things, and then you never go back. Obviously, it's kind of like your avoidant behavior, right? When you hate something, you don't typically go back to it, or you dislike something, or you move on, right? You don't revisit. Even I don't do that very often. It's reserved for incredibly important and loving things. You don't typically go back to something hoping it changed, right? However, funny enough, Duolingo is a live service product. So why do I say myopic is the word? It's because you expect Duolingo to change, as opposed to, oh, the Japanese language doesn't change that much. That's fair. If you're learning the Japanese language, then by all means, go for all the tools that you can. And the general idea is the language doesn't change rapidly, so you're not like going back to it, you're always in it. In Duolingo, when you move on from Duolingo, most of the comments I encounter, I would say still 90%. I just read another comment that is a myopic view in which they focus on what is working and assume what they moved on from, like Duolingo, has not changed. Well, guess what? Duolingo has changed 4 or 5 times during my period of using it. And really, really wonderfully, coincidentally wonderful. So let's talk about this. So in section 1, there were 5 units, right? This one's a little bit of a, I don't know. I can understand why they changed it, but it's kind of funny as well. So technically, when I did section 1, which was the first 25 days of section 1, it actually had 7 units. It had 7 units. And when I was learning section 1, it's 7 units and all kana. So I did all the kana. I still do and write all the kana to this day. So all kana and 7 units, right? So the pacing, and that means this expands to a second group of kanji, which is now in section 2, unit 1 and 2. So it expands and includes 2 additional categories of kanji. And the reason why it was weird is I was looking back at my 26-day review of section 1, and I could have sworn I wrote 3 groups of kanji, not 1 group. So that's what gave it away. So now section 2, unit 1 and 2, make me think that I was doing more units, or the units somehow were getting the number changed, right? I didn't do 7 units in section 2. I've completed 5 units as of yesterday. So that means I've completed 7 units, and I'm on my 6th unit of section 2, right? And it has been, we're not including the review day because that review day ends up being very short. So, well, we'll include the unit day. So 5 plus 13. 5 plus 13. So it's been 18 days since I started unit 2. And I completed kana and 7 units in 25 days. I still have 7 more days. And why is this important about my pacing or how I feel? It's because it's It's not because section 2 is kind of bloated. My pace actually went up. Since I no longer do Kana. Hey, Sandra. Since I no longer do Kana, as in like during my Duolingo streams, right? My pace actually picked up. I have 7 days to complete another 2 sets. Which kind of lined up a little bit. So yes, the volume did go up by a bit. And it's felt because now I'm actually moving past the units at a faster pace than I was before. So it wasn't just my imagination. My pace actually went up too. So my pace plus the volume went up. So I was kind of talking myself down a little bit. I was a little bit worried that maybe I need to adapt even more volume. So, you know, I could have decided perhaps it's time to break out the flashcards or another technique. But no, not really. Not really. As you can see in the beginning of the recall thing, the pace is still there. So it's pretty good. Now, so that's the weird thing. So technically in section 1, my review of section 1 at day 26 is out of date already. Like, it's legitimately out of date. Crazy, right? No, not really crazy, because I've been around live service models regardless of what the context is, and this is the element of live service models. And I love unsolicited advice. I welcome unsolicited advice. But if you put down a product that is a live service product, you are myopic. You are failing to understand. You don't keep track of what changes on a live service product. So before you add your unsolicited advice, which is really welcome because it's something you're currently doing, try to eliminate your prejudice and your bias by adding one last comment to take a jab at something that is constantly being updated. Okay? Because I really grow I'm growing kind of less and less tolerant of how the hustle culture fails to even update their research. Like, for me, I'm already telling you now that my day 26 video is out of date. It's officially out of date as of like maybe 2 days ago. 2 days ago, it's out of date. When someone comes around and leaves a comment and says, oh, do this and do this, Duolingo is useless, it's like, when did you use Duolingo? Are you out of date? Stop providing advice that's out of date. Like, I'm okay with giving you explaining what you're currently doing. However, when you start talking trash and put down something, you're assuming it's static. So perhaps use the subjunctive and say, oh, as far as I remember, this is what Duolingo was like. Then I will give you a pass. However, when you use the indicative voice and say Duolingo is useless to someone who spent 26 days summarizing section 1, unit 7 in like 4 hours. I mean, at least have the courtesy. At least have the courtesy to, you know, watch the video. If you really are compassionate and you're giving me advice on how to the best way to learn Japanese, I mean, at least give the courtesy of understanding that I already addressed all your questions in the video. So clearly you didn't watch the video. Oh, but we'll save that for the next review. Did you do something? Oh no, Sandra. This is my my morning routine, or my starting routine, where I talk about and reflect upon things. So I'm talking about the update to Duolingo Japanese course today. So anyways, I'll save that for the next one. And I realized that because my volume is increasing, I think we're gonna do the review earlier. So when will 45 day hit? Oh no, maybe I won't do it earlier because I won't get through 7 units. Right now, I'm trying to decide if I want to do a review every 15 units. No, every 15 days starting at 45. So that's in 2 days. I'll decide tonight if I want to do a review at every 15 days starting at 45 instead of waiting for 60. Because if I get to day 60, what is that? Another 15 days? That's another four units? Yeah, we'll decide. Ricardo, how old am I? I'm 37. And okay, so the second update, it's a big deal. The second update is that, first, let's make a disclaimer. So there was an update yesterday on the desktop, the web version. My disclaimer is I obviously don't work for Duolingo. I want to make that disclaimer, right? I obviously do not work for Duolingo. I hope people understand that at this point. I also don't have any contact with Duolingo, so don't have any contacts. As in, like, I don't participate in any sort of formal feedback or anything for it, right? I'm not a participant of anything, right? Just to give that clear disclaimer. Generally speaking, these assumptions are things people make, obviously, and also let's make other assumptions. I do not have enough influence to promote change on this scale, right? I also am ignorant if any Duolingo staff is collecting data. Like, I don't know, looking at the Twitch channel and so I don't know if I'm ignorant to any Duolingo collecting data thing. So I don't know. So for perhaps all this is these are good disclaimers, because this update to the Japanese course is absolutely amazing, in my opinion. And it lines up so coincidentally with my desires. So what I mean by that is, as a designer, if I were to volunteer to implement something, I would implement this thing after a month of using it. And it could have just been like part of the roadmap. The problem is in Duolingo, there aren't patch notes, right? No patch notes. I love patch notes. I love record keeping. No patch notes. And I still haven't found an adequate roadmap other than their press conferences and stuff that kind of work like Google I/O press conference and stuff. So what is this update? Well, it's a thing I've been talking about for a while, and I've been keeping track manually myself. So this very particular thing, I've been keeping track myself, and it is no longer an issue. Or not even an issue, it's an extra thing. It's an extra functionality. I can see that how it's gonna make other people fail to work this skill, but this is a skill that I brought to Duolingo. I love record keeping. However, Duolingo has removed that need. And for me, it's a bittersweet moment. It means that it doesn't enforce or encourages other people who learn language to use the skill. However, it does mean that Duolingo does it for you. And it's in the kanji section. At least I noticed it in the kanji section. I don't know if anything else changed. The thing I really love about live service products are that when you wake up one day, your thing might get patched. And I love changes. I'm actually minor opinion. I am the biggest fan of changes. I'm a learner. I'm a skilled learner, right? And changes are what keeps everything fresh, not complacency like, oh, my method is the best method. It's been working for me, so therefore every other method sucks. That's complacency. Not sorry, really. Okay? So, anyways. So what did they do? Well, if I open the kanji section up that I have so far, game changer. So, as I said, section 1, unit 5, you got the 7 kanji. And then section 2, unit 1 used to be section 1, unit 6. So when I look back in my day 26 VOD, these were also in the group, right? And then section 2, unit 2 was section 1, unit 7, right? But look, and also we're going to go through all the kanji today, of course, once again, because due to the update, they added 1 pip to a lot of these things. So I'm curious what the pip is. It could be another bootstrap or something, but it's to raise attention, right? These were all completed when to like an extreme degree, because I like writing kanji on my breaks, on my mental breaks. But look at here. So when I was writing kanji, I was reminding myself where the kanji also appears previously. So now they have added all the kanji that has shown up again in new words to remind you, which I reminded myself manually, that they've occurred previously. And that's how my memory association was using it to reinforce, like, oh yeah, I remember in section 2 unit 2, or formerly section 1 unit 7, shichiji was introduced. So there's nana, right? And there's ji. So I imagine they've added additional things here, and I'm not sure they changed the pool of prompts. However, now it's showing that it's not nana, right? It's not nana. It's shichi in front of ji. And if you click on these things, there it is. Chichiji. And it has, your furigana, right? And this section was still available to some extent, but now it's a little bit more comprehensive in the sense that each kanji unit also tells you the new word that it's telling you and reminding you that these kanji are being used in new words or new phrases. So in this case, this is not 7.
Nana.
And the first time it occurs, it's telling you the stroke pattern at the top, right? So
Nana.
There's nana, and it still connects and links to all the other ones. The thing is, these new entries right here probably have been here before. Now the idea is that it shows a reminder and tells you that all these occur. So like I think ichi might have been in the context of ichiji han. So ichiji han was used as an example auditorily. So that's why this is here probably. And then hon was for books. However, you got up here, you got nihon here. So all of this stuff that I've been keeping track of, and I was saying, oh yeah, this is related to this occurs to this, it's all here now. Nana shows up again here, and that context is nana sen. is the voice sample. So it's showing that nana sen, it's nana when it's next to the counter sen versus, or like the unit counter. And then nana here is a reminder that is chiji, right? So yeah, and this is the panel, I don't know what you call it, the panel for up here for Nihon, right? But this is not Nihon. This is for the days. So doyobi and nichiyobi, the B in, so here's more. So they went back and did all of them retroactively. So now I have no reservations of forgetting how things are reoccurring, because they removed me needing to do that anymore. You can just go to the kanji section and have at it. Like Q showed up again because you have to be reminded that in the last unit, Q, this is Q, not to be confused with the first introduction of Q as in Kuji, the modified Kuji up here. Of course, you still have to. I'm remembering all of these things because I've been practicing it the whole time. However, you can just tap on it. You tap on it and you can see it with the furigana. And there you go. You scroll up.
Kuji.
It was introduced as Kuji in Section 2, Unit 7, or formerly Section 1, Unit 7, technically. And then
9000 9分9 900.
Oh, there you go. And I am pretty convinced also, here's another notice thing. It might be 2 days ago. When I was looking at the sections, right? I looked at section 1, I'm like, wait a minute. It's missing 2 sections. So those things got shifted to section 2. And they stay the same. So section 1 and 2, the reason why I remember it is because of the animations, actually. The animations are why I remembered it. Section Unit 1 and Unit 2 were just at the end of Section 1, Unit 6 and 7. So they just got shifted. I don't think anything actually happened to them. The reason why I know this is this gate right here. This gate right here is the katakana gate. To open this gate, they highly encourage you to learn all the katakana, every single character in the katakana practice. By coincidence, I was pretty much done with kana, hiragana and katakana by that time. I only had like 2 or 3 bootstrap exercises left to fill in. As in, they mean you had to gold all of these. At least this entire panel here. And I had like 4 left that was partially filled. So by coincidence, that's how it worked out. And now the reason why I say this is because when I remember at the end of my review, I'm sure I can go back in the VOD to see it. In the day 26 VOD, I'm pretty sure this had only 6 sections. So section 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have personalized practice and daily refresh. However, it looks like they shifted 4 units into section 5, or they are starting a new section. The only way I can confirm this is when Lotus or Indy shows up, because they are far down this. I'm not even, I think Lotus is close. Either he is on section 5, and I don't know if Indy is probably on section completed this entire course. So I could ask them if any of this is new. What I'm trying to illustrate here is that even in my brief use of this product that people criticize over and over again, they constantly treat it as a static product. So when someone gives me advice and remark, or like unsolicited remark, they don't tell me when they used Duolingo. It's incredibly important to tell me when. You can tell me when you learn the Japanese language, because I get it. The Japanese language doesn't change that much. And it's kind of one of those things, I don't even think I can tell you that's true for English. So when someone says, oh yeah, I've been learning English, when did you start learning English? And when did you stop learning English? It's actually really important. You might be thinking, well, how does someone stop learning English when they're using English to talk to you? Piece of cake. When you left high school, did you stop learning English? Ask me, let me know what, vocabulary, grammar structure, or something you learned about the English language. Like, how much did your vocabulary expand? That's because being fluent doesn't necessarily mean you continue learning. Or being competent, having casual conversations doesn't necessarily mean you're actively learning. You could be actively practicing, for sure, right? Practice makes I don't want to say practice makes perfect. Practice makes the things you do more efficient. Learning makes things less efficient temporarily. So if your English is slowing down because you're learning more English, then that's fair. Why does it seem like I'm going slower than I normally am? It's because I'm learning things. I'm not practicing them. When I get the chance to practice them, they'll become faster or more efficient. Right now, though, I'm still keeping it at a really, really quick pace. I'm always at the edge of slowing down too much for me to feel comfortable, and not going too fast for me, going too slow for me to feel like I'm constantly practicing. I don't personally like to be in a state of majority practice. So, and it's just to give people the idea that, well, if you think you're overwhelmed, like yesterday, if you think you're overwhelmed, which it does come from a compassionate standpoint, someone I talked to like for a week now thought perhaps their advice was, oh, it'll get faster as you practice that. Well, no, technically no, because I'll keep moving on. If I get faster past a certain point, I'm just going to keep moving on and slow myself down. So I'm intentionally at an edge where I am slow to appreciate it, but not fast, because I'm only practicing the things I know to get faster. That's not the aim. However, I understand the feeling I might have been giving off or projecting inappropriately, a feeling of negativity. I like being overwhelmed, actually. Most of my life, I've designed ways to take advantage of being overwhelmed. Being challenged is probably the word I would use. Being challenged is perhaps a better choice of words yesterday. I feel like I'm being challenged. So I'm moving at a pace that I will consistently try to feel challenged. Every third or fourth day is practice day. And those days kind of feel like you get into the rhythm. And then now we're back here again. So yesterday was day either 3 or 4. So now we're in a new unit. So it's going to be like clockwork. 3 or people, for any stranger that comes and pops in, or anyone I know that pops in, day 1 and day 2 are the days that they are probably going to say like, oh wait, is he struggling with something, or why is he going slower? Like, because day 1 and day 2 are learning days. Day 3 and 4 are practice days. Day 3 and 4 are the days where I start chatting it up and getting distracted, and because you're practicing. And for me, practicing is less engaging than talking to people while practicing. So today, though, if some stranger pops in, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, you're struggling because it's Duolingo. Duolingo isn't explaining anything. It's like, yeah, I know. Duolingo isn't explaining anything. That's why I'm using Duolingo. It's actually kind of fun that it doesn't explain anything. Like day 1 and 2 in the first new section, they're going to introduce a lot of vocabulary. It doesn't look like they have any grammar points, right? Still. So naturally, I thought they might have started introducing or swapping up the way they teach grammar points, but they don't. So that's fine. I fill in the grammar points myself. It's actually kind of fun. You retroactively look at patterns and then look for grammar points. Again, shout outs to, I guess, Tofuku. I like the layout of Tofuku's site for grammar, and I meander around Tofuku's grammar section like I do Duolingo. It's not where I want to go, is where Tofuku's links lead me around. So if I start on a grammar page of like ko so a do, and it suddenly I end up in a page about the non-adjectives, that's fine. I go around. It doesn't really matter where it goes. I have no goal. Like, is my goal to comprehensively go through a checklist of all the grammar in a specific order? No, not really. I love the organic version. Like, oh hey, this is interesting, let's click on this today, let's click on that, and that led to something else interesting, let's click on that link. And that's how I've been digesting my grammar. Duolingo provides me a path. Doesn't matter what I want the path to be, I want to see what Duolingo is leading me. Meanwhile, I'm bombarded by incredible, maybe smart, ambitious youth who went out of their way to tell me what a structure is, like what their structure is. Like, do go on, explain your structure, explain the things that work for you. The moment you give me an out-of-date opinion, hey dear Andy, welcome back. The moment you give me an out-of-date opinion, hot take on an outdated opinion, is the moment I stop listening to you. Because as much as your good intentions are, I would love to listen to all the things that you're currently working on. However, if your personality allows you to pass off opinion, an outdated opinion, to me, all I can see is someone, in my opinion, the biggest red flag is that your opinion only paints the thing you're currently using positively, and anything that happened in the past, you don't even check if it's out of date. So for my disclaimer today, after all of that, is that my video on section 1 of Duolingo is out of date. I think it's been out of date for 2 days now. That's crazy. It's been less than a month. Do you know how crazy that is to get an update in a month on a live service app or a model? Honestly, I'm used to waiting for 2 or 3 months for updates because I use other live service things. Updates in this pace is pretty fast. Every day is an adjective, as in everyday task. Yeah, you learn English every day. Every day means each day? Interesting. Then what does each day mean? Do you not so if every day means each day, then what does each day mean? Wait. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm holding. I do have I do have an opinion about every day and each day. It's not a linguistic or professional thing. I'll share it afterwards. But I still struggle writing some English words and have to look up how correctly spell them. So I would say I'm still learning. Yeah, that's great, right? It's a combination. You're still the word I would use here is you're actively studying. So you're doing a bit of practicing and learning at the same time. I like to use the words. The word study is really great because studying is you know what you need to know, but you don't know it. That like you know what you don't know or have forgotten. That's still practicing. Learning is something you have no idea it existed until now. However, when you combine both of them, studying is the element of combining practicing and learning. So it's great that you're studying English still. Actually, most people don't actively study, as in learn and practice at the same time. They only practice. So for example, oh darn, I forgot this word. But then you think to yourself, wait, what other words mean this word? Then you're actively learning. So for example, if you say every day, and then Durandi said like, oh, but it means each day. It's like, I've never used each day before. I wonder what that means. Then you're learning a new phrase that might be synonymous with each other. However, because I have something to say, I have an opinion about that. I'll share it after. It's a saying meaning to do something repeatedly on every day passing. Okay, that's each day. I accidentally wrote it because I accidentally pressed enter when trying to type. Okay. Yeah, they are not synonymous. Yeah. So, it's great because now we can talk about learning something, right? Like, or I'm practicing this. I've had this conversation before with other people. So every day and each day have different indicators. Every day would suggest a long continuous thing. Each day may suggest that you're taking each day individually as opposed to as a group. So when you say each day you do something, it's not guaranteed that is every day. Because each day you might change your mind. So you try, it's the planning to do it. Every day tends to be in continuous passing, as in you have already done everything every day consecutively. So most people use every day because it's continuous. Each day would imply that each day you're making the same decision. It's a subtle difference. At least that's what would be my use case. So most of the time I would say every day instead of each day. That's not how you view it. I meant they are synonymous because they are used in different parts of a sentence. I study every day versus each day I've been studying. So you can still say I study each day and I study every day versus every day I've been studying and each day I've been studying. That's a difference between your emphasis. So just so you know, you're comparing A plus B equals C and B plus A equals C. So you're changing the position. So you can still say I study each day versus I study every day, and you can still say each day I've been studying or every day I've been studying. That's what you're comparing. You're not comparing those two sentences. You're comparing I study each day versus I study every day. Yeah, but the emphasis are regular, put on the front and end based on the sentence being used? Yes. Now you're comparing that. You're no longer comparing each or every. It's confounded. So remember, right? If you're testing a variable, you first compared one variable, just A. But then your example, when you say they're different, you actually introduce the second variable. So this time you both changed variable A and variable B. Variable A is the phrase each day versus every day. Variable B is the position. So your example here is each day is in position 1, and every day is in position 2. This is B, this is A. When you compare every in position 1, so basically A delta B, this means something different too. These two are different. These two create a delta C. In this case, each in position 2 also causes a delta. So you're either trying to prove that the position matters or that each and every are different. So the only way you can compare that is you would take each in position 1 and every in position 1. And that's what I'm comparing. However, you just made a case by comparing each in position 1 to every in position 2. So that is confounded logic. Because the position also changes the meaning as well. So if you put every day I study versus I study every day, it actually changes the meaning of the sentence. So you don't even need to change each. So each doesn't mean the same as every, and then every day doesn't mean the same if you just change the position too. So yeah. And my comment is not dependent on the position. I feel like each day is commonly used as a reflexive sentence, as in each day that I've been, or as in each day I've been studying. Yep. Instead of just I've been studying each day, because then it sounded more natural to say every day. It doesn't sound any more natural or less natural to me. They're both reflexive. They're both reflexive. However, each and every to me varies in intent or passing, which I guess that's what you mean by reflexive, with the passing thing. That's fair. That's fair. That's a really fair opinion. When I read that, I can't tell you that I agree. Like, if you tell me each day you've been studying, right, versus every day you've been studying, I am telling you that, okay, you are telling me that the intent is that at each day you consider studying. And then if you tell me every day you're studying, this is an absolution. So it's an absolute. It's not it's a collective. So it's a group. It's like a single group unit. Each is individual. So you're actively looking at each day as in individual days, as opposed to all days. So one is stronger than the other. In fact, most people use the indicative form for every most of the time. And just so you know, I'm not talking about that really. I'm okay with you saying they're not the same. I'm not okay with you saying that delta A and delta B are the same as just changing delta A. That's not true. So you're changing two different things when you say you're used to saying each day I've been studying instead, and then I've been studying every day. Those are two different factors. So you're actually changing two different things about the sentence, not one thing. It's not just, in my opinion, sorry, I know this sounds a little gaslighty, but at least we can agree position matters. Of the phrase position matters because you already told me if you put in the front, it has more emphasis, or like the emphasis changes if you put in the front and the end. So you've already demonstrated to me that you can qualify that a change in position. Didn't I say they weren't the same? Yeah, they weren't the same. Did I say you said they were the same? I'm pretty sure I tried to say they weren't the same. It might be my accent. So with delta and alpha, no, what I'm saying is you are giving, this is your example where you change delta. Actually, I see where the misunderstanding is. So each and every are not the same. They are not the same. That's axiomatic. So that's what we assume. A, right? So it's represented by A. Right? So this is the thing that you're talking about. So A, the condition is if you choose each or every. But there's a second condition you introduced, which is position. Right? So this is each and every. This is position. So your example is that you naturally use each in position 1, which is at the beginning, and then you tend to use every in position 2. I feel like each and every can be synonymous in some contexts, but one is selective and the other is collective. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. It can be synonymous in context. The thing is, you are changing the B. So when you're making an argument and you're trying to say these things are different, the example would have been each day I study versus every day I study. Then I would logically agree with you that a great example, this example produces two different meanings. It produces a delta A. It doesn't create A equals A, in my opinion. And then you say some context will produce synonymous things. It's like, yeah, I say that. I didn't say one was more wrong than the other. I didn't say you didn't. I just meant that one way is more common to say, okay. Can you, like, pause? Pause. In no way did I use the word wrong. Now I could record and I can guarantee you with 100% that I did not say the word wrong. So, do not infer that. I'm suggesting that when you're just clear, I never said you called me wrong. Okay. Fair enough. I just meant that one way is more common. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that not what I'm saying? You just... I'm pretty sure I just said you are more likely... You liked the idea of using each in position 1. And you like every in position 2. You're suggesting that, right? I don't think I'm incorrect about that. Hopefully not. My suggestion is when you're trying to compare each and every, you don't also change the position. Because then you have the meaning might change because of position and not proving or suggesting an example in which each and every has different meanings. Well, it is your way. You just said it. It feels natural to do that. Unless you're sharing an opinion and you just made a disclaimer to me like, this is not my opinion. Like, if you're telling me it's not your opinion, then I suppose you're sharing other people's opinion. But whatever it is, you're inferring it's your opinion. You just said, I just meant that one way is more common to say in natural English, and I figured you're projecting your opinion. But, alright, I could be wrong about that. I'm sorry if I inferred your opinion by what you said naturally. But I meant it feels natural to me, okay. So I was not wrong about that, because that's how I most often see, which kind of makes it my opinion due to others, but also I've been taught it. Fair enough. I can tell you from my personal opinion, I think people in casual speak use these synonymously. And there is a selection bias for everyday. Period. In my experience. In my experience, rarely does the phrase each day happen compared to every day. It's either every day I study or I study every day, regardless of the position. However, it's about delta B. So position, emphasis is where I see the most variance. So when someone really want to emphasize every day, then they'll say every day I study. If they want to emphasize studying, then they'll say I study every day. I don't hear each day too often. Like, each day I go on a run versus every day I go on a run. Every day tends to be very strong. It promotes positive commitment, and consistency. So whenever someone's talking about themselves, they like to exude consistency. Take care, Sandra. Take care, Sandra. Each day is a bit more dubious. So when people express something that's positive, like they desire someone to know, they would use every day. And when they don't want, the thing that they don't want to do, as in running, like, I need to exercise. So oftentimes the subtext is, if someone really likes to exercise and they think they're positive, it's a positive thing, they are likely to say I exercise every day, or every day I exercise. However, say like chores, where it's like take out the garbage. I don't know. Maybe take out the garbage. I don't think people take out the garbage. It's a bad example. Each day I take out the garbage. Or I take out the garbage each day. At least that's my opinion. Don't forget your previous message. I'm not going to forget. I have to finish the idea first before I actually read more things. But thanks for the indicative command that you're using. I feel like every has been lessened in importance, so it can mean each, just like how literally has gotten to be more figurative most of the time. That's fair. I feel like because every has been devalued in common speech, every can be synonymous in a lot of ways within. That's fair. I can see that. So in everyday speak, I'm gonna say the internet culture. I'll provide I think that's a very fair reason. I'm gonna provide a counterpoint. Nowadays, internet has hustle culture language, especially in English. So typically, hustle culture motivates totality. As in, it motivates full commitment a lot of times. So on the internet, they tend to use very strong words still. So yes, it's become devalued because of how common it is, in my opinion. So every, all, always, same. These words are incredibly common in the internet hustle culture. And in my opinion, it coincidentally lines up your idea of devaluing. But everything is also literal. And so to me, I would say this is actually getting closer to replacing a lot of the things. So it's being devalued in that way. The act of prescribing precise meaning to the arbitrary, ethereal statement of irrational emotional beings is quite the academic pursuit. Indeed. Well said, Lotus. That was highly esoteric of you. However, I absolutely love the confidence in which you executed that statement. Yeah, so this is what I mean by generally speaking, I would agree with you that you're making a distinction between every and each. And I also agree with you that these words are being devalued. However, my take on why they're devalued is often because of the need for absolutes. And oftentimes it's the indicative speech that is pervasive on the internet. Much like the way you debated with me. Pretty much most of your statements are passed off strongly as indicative. Because you do that. You are part of the internet culture. Do I sound like that? Sometimes. But generally speaking, I like to use the subjunctive. So, like, yeah, once you step back, you're going to say it depends, it's on context, but you don't speak as though it depends on context. You speak as though it is the facts. It is this. It has gotten this. As opposed to, I'm not quite certain that, well, English is pretty direct. That's what we're talking about here. English is direct on the internet. It's incredibly direct. So you coincidentally, I'm not saying it deals with your Dutch side. I'm not making assumptions, but the way you present your case is incredibly challenging. It's nice. You clearly know what your opinions are and you project them. And I'm not part of that group, I suppose. I try not to be. So I use words like try, alternative, counterpoints, and whatnot, right? And explanatory things, as opposed to, yeah, I feel ya, man. That's exactly it. I feel ya. Or, yeah, that's, everyone thinks that. Yeah, it does feel like, or I can't even say it does feel like, it's all like this. Yeah, you're right. I don't say those statements very often. It's very direct, and it devalues things. It devalues a lot. So when I say you were suggesting an opinion, I was telling you that I was inferring your opinion. However, you took it literally. And then when I said I didn't literally do this, then you corrected me on saying I didn't literally do something. Fair enough. However, I was trying to infer and talk about what your statement means to me, not inferring that it's fact. So that's very direct. And yes, that is very much the type of interaction I expect on the internet. You're often very subjunctive. I appreciate subjunctive people. Well, Although you did mention that you're Dutch and that's why you're very direct. Do Dutch talk indicative all the time, like outside of the internet culture? No hard feelings. I'm not suggesting that. This is fantastic. I love these discussions. It's super deep. Although Lotus pulled out a hat trick with using ethereal statements of irrational emotional beings is quite the academic pursuit. Hey, ASJ from YouTube. Literally has gotten more of a confirmation meaning. Yeah. Yep. Or gain, and also gain the meaning. I would say not even or. I would go as far as literally has salience in confirmation, and it's gained the meaning of figurative. If you know what I mean. It's a catch-all phrase. So yes, I would say lots of words, due to the repetitious nature of the internet, has simplified to a point where it basically means everything and you have to infer the nuance. How am I? Delta what? That's a lot of spam. Interesting. That's a lot of spam. Sorry, spam from YouTube. I'm Dutch. Dutch culture tends to be direct. There are sociological reasons though. Historically, why you're direct. I see. I feel like what you're saying is a microcosm of the current state of my culture. Interesting. Many things are taken to the extreme and thus the power of those extreme is weakened. I see. Do you ever notice that, Lotus, in on the internet? And when we're talking about the culture, right? We're talking about the culture. Just as a background, Lotus, you're referring to American, right? Because I'm American, by the way, Girandi. I don't know if you noticed that. So we're specifically talking about a very regional thing. If I'm not talking about the internet, if I'm not talking about the internet, I'm talking about the regional thing. Where I am, it's very ambiguous. Yeah. So where I am now, IRL, it's incredibly ambiguous. So lots of subjunctive speech outside of the internet. Yeah, I got a lot of spam on YouTube. That's fine. I'll just ignore that. But here, yeah, on the internet though, most things are in indicative. Indeed, as I've gotten older, I appreciate more the power of contrast. Yeah. Can we turn this into a digression? I think we've talked about it enough, so let's talk about this before I start the new unit, because the new unit is gonna be a lot of me trying to figure things out, right? So, what are your feelings about the internet? I guess use. I think it's pretty funny that you mentioned literal, right? Here's the thing that let's do some fun things, right? A lot of times I feel when people here's one that I think the internet thing happens a lot. When someone is trying to express the subjunctive, right? The subjunctive. However, when they do, they use the indicative. Like on a comment or something. For example, I was just talking about this a little before. When someone says, their method, I'm gonna paraphrase. This is a paraphrase. Their method is actually even more so. They said they know the best method. Okay? The best method to learn Japanese. We're going to make this relevant to Duolingo. They know the best method to learn Japanese. Now, they didn't say they use the best method. They know the best method, so that they don't take responsibility for the use case. They're inferring that there are more people that agree with this. And then they end with the indicative form and say, Duolingo is useless. Okay? So, the problem with this, the thing that, not really problem, the way I'm interpreting this is not what was written. In my honest opinion, this person is probably trying to be helpful. Like, have, I don't know, an honest attempt to try to provide some, save me some trouble, right? And then at the same time, when they try to express that they're only trying to help, they use the indicative form as an expression of fact, as opposed to a suggestion, right? So when they say they know the best method, which comes up in conversation a lot, they're inferring that they did research and other people, a lot of people collectively, every agrees as a collective it's the best method, and therefore it leans credibility to their statement. When I read that, they're inferring that it is the best method. They're not communicating that it is the one. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? Until I read the last comment and it says Duolingo is useless. That is the indicative form being used as to factualize their opinion, which happens to be a subjective statement. And that subjective statement requires the subjunctive. What does that tell me instead? Well, this person is a product of the internet hustle culture. So what do I do when I read this comment? I take it with even more grains of salt. Or is that not how the idiom works? Probably. I don't know. Like, I take it with more salt because I like salt, I suppose. I often prefer directness when talking to other Dutch people or people in general, even when others talk direct to me. When people talk subjunctively toward me, it often comes off as scared and anxious. That's fair. That's fair. That is definitely one that makes subjunctive. It's a stereotype, and I would say the stereotype in this case is likely statistically correct. They would probably have apprehension and insecurities if one is to use the subjunctive. Being direct shows you aren't shy to speak out and you dare to speak the truth. That's a leap of logic, but I can see where you're coming from a subjective point of view. Instead of being more likely to be disingenuous, again, a stereotype, but now I'm only seeing one-sided emotional arguments between disingenuous being considerate. So the opposing counterpoint is considerations, as opposed to being disingenuous. When you're being when you be speaking subjunctives the entire time. I see. Duolingo doesn't teach you Japanese. It's more of a daily practice and learn vocabulary slowly throughout and get a grip of the basics. You should always use other sources to continue learning and try to speak more often. And there we go. The internet hustle culture in the indicative form, which I respectfully disagree with you. However, much like the Japanese culture, Girandi, I humbly take your advice and your subjective opinions that you are passing off as facts because you are using the indicative form. And I would say in the future, I will consider other sources. I am going to tell you that I disagree with you in the indicative form and suggest that there are a lot of things that I would want to share. However, you came off as incredibly direct and potentially narrow-minded enough for me to be scared of you in terms of sharing my opinions. So if you want to think that someone who is using the subjunctive is habitually scared and disingenuous, then you're going to probably have an incredibly selective and emotional bias towards someone like me, who is, for all intents and purposes, 60% of the time more so in the subjunctive. Yeah. So when you said all those statements, I can already tell that I will use the subjunctive towards any of your remarks. So if you feel that the people around you constantly use subjunctive, or you avoid people who are constantly subjunctive, then I know that you have a prejudice towards them. You view them as disingenuous as opposed to being considerate. Well, one thing the Japanese culture does very well in public is that they use the subjunctive naturally in their language to be polite. So if you go around and you look at a Japanese person, are you suggesting that they are being disingenuous or feeling scared? Because I would say it's kind of yes and a no. As an Asian person in public, I have a fear and insecurity of saving my face. It's part of the face culture. So we use language that are indirect to remain polite. Is that being considerate or out of fear of, being misjudged, right? So I can see that in your culture, at least the Dutch, as from your description, that directness comes off as a positive thing. In Asian cultures, even in Japan, directness may come off as rude. So when you go and tell me what you just stated, pushing off as fact that Duolingo doesn't teach you Japanese, that is rude, it's condescending, and you're gaslighting me to thinking what it is as opposed to suggesting what it could and could not be. And I am most absolutely certain the next thing you're going to type is a glossary of the qualifications of your experience. You're going to try to convince me that, I've used this for 5+ years, internet hustle culture. I've been in education for whatever. I'm a self-proclaimed linguist, and these are my thoughts, and you should take them because it provides weight. Using the indicative form and continuously not establishing rapport with the person you're speaking to and talking to them as though you have the higher ground. I just saw a block of text, so I'm assuming that's it. I'm not narrow-minded. You don't get to choose that. However, fair enough. If you don't consider yourself narrow-minded, that's fair. You can reject my opinion. That's perfectly fine. You've learned Japanese via Duolingo as well. When did you use it? I just spent the last 1 hour talking about new updates to Duolingo, but that's okay. So when did you use it? You spent 5+ years learning French. Awesome. That sounds like you're multilingual. And yes, Duolingo has taught me a lot about French. Extra awesome. Making light comments about Duolingo doesn't make you any more likable to me, right? Because you are prejudiced towards people who use the subjunctive already. You've established that. But I feel like the French course is also way more developed. That's a fair statement. Courses do vary in its development cycle and how much development with respect to each course. If I had to guess, Duolingo probably has a compartmentalized development cycle where they have different separate teams working on different courses. So patches and rotations go out based on the progress of the teams. So naturally, they would probably vary in quality. And also, it is a development cycle. And you needed to use other sources. I agree. I also use other sources, of which I mention proudly and wonderfully, because Tofuku is an incredibly wonderful site. And not just apps, but also to read that Duolingo sometimes forget to teach you as grammatical context. I agree. They do not include things like grammatical context. Forget, I'm not considering that idea. That is a assertion again of an opinion and an ad hominem argument. So you are suggesting that the people themselves have forgotten something. They may have forgotten something, or perhaps choose not to include it as part of their design. So you don't know for sure if they did. That's an ad hominem argument. And interacting with language are truly important if you want to quickly improve at it. And I'm not doing that apparently. But I mean, I agree with you. Truly important is to interact with the language. I think that's a blanketed statement that is wonderful to be promoted, and I hopefully inferred by many language learners. And speaking is known to make you sound more natural. Indeed. That's beyond the scope of evaluating Duolingo. However, I agree with you. So your many years of experience of learning other languages, I agree with most of your points. Regardless, it does not vindicate your lack of emotional intelligence when talking to someone who's evaluating a product and introducing criticisms that are beyond the scope of the product and suggesting that you are not having an agenda in mind, right? So, first of all, have I established that my goal is to be fluent? Second of all, all these projections are inferring something that's useful to me as well, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be sharing this. So I'll respectfully share counterpoints. Duolingo is not the same as when you used it for Japanese, probably, because it's not the same for me already from day one. In fact, I just went out and said my day 26 video is out of date. It is officially out of date because of something that happened probably 2 days ago and even today. So I have to adjust for the next update. So if you used Japanese to learn Duolingo, are you confident that is up to date? As someone who's very direct and someone who sounds like they like to be incredibly precise, can you truly use the indicative form with confidence that you know exactly what Duolingo is like for Japanese at this very moment? Because I'm not even confident in that, and I've only used it for 43 days. Some things did fundamentally change today, and I've highlighted that here. And it's a great thing because I'm going to illustrate it today, where they went through the kanji and then tell you when kanjis appear multiple times. It's a thing that I've been rehearsing for the last 20 plus days because they didn't do this. And when I logged in today, or when I got on today, it's here. So while you're saying all of these things, I imagine that you are also taking into consideration that your opinion that you're pushing off as an indicative projection of your opinions, are they accurate? So respectfully, I think whatever you learn with your experience in Duolingo, me, Lotus, and Indy have been interacting, learning Japanese together, because all three of our experiences are different with Duolingo. Actually, I don't know if Lotus and Indy talk to each other about how their experiences are similar, but my experience is dramatically different from theirs. So the question is, when did you learn Duolingo with Japanese? And you also already know this is true because you said you learned with French, and the French course is more developed, way more developed, I guess you're saying, compared to every language course, as opposed to each language course. So you're comparing like, oh, it's more developed in general compared to the rest of them. Well, is it more developed than Japanese now? That's a better question. You clearly learn Japanese and French at a different time span. So before we go into all of that, that's another talking point. So there are many talking points. And then I already mentioned the talking point about Duolingo sometimes forgets to teach you grammatical context. Well, Duolingo itself, the product, can't forget anything it's designed not to do. And then the leap of logic here is assuming the developers, which is an ad hominem argument, forgot to include those grammatical contexts, right? You can only infer that, not state it as a fact. So while we all appreciate the nuances of other languages, especially Japanese, the very nature of the thing you're speaking, how you're speaking, is exactly the point I'm making about the internet hustle culture and the interactions I have with the internet. The predominant use and devaluing of precise, heavy language. When you say something, sometimes Duolingo forgets something, is suggesting that a product is forgetting something, but you're actually saying the people are forgetting something, which deflates the weight of your language. And you probably dislike politicians. You probably dislike people like me. And the more I speak, you're probably having some feelings of someone who's not giving exact answers, but offering counterpoints and diminishing the things you're saying, because that's the element of the subjunctive. So many times and so many statements you've made is subject to interpretation. I accept everything that you say about you specifically as fact. So you have spent 5+ years learning French. You have learned French. You have used Duolingo to learn Japanese and French. Those are accepted. I have no questions. I'm not even going to try any ad hominem arguments. I'm not trying to attack your credibility. The things you state are almost not even indicatively true. They're a projection of opinion that you fail, in my opinion, that you might have failed to present in the subjunctive. So do I agree with you that Duolingo sometimes forget to teach grammatical context? I agree to some extent. And then I disagree in a lot of extents where someone says, oh, they should have included this grammar point. It's like, well, they demonstrated it here. They didn't say it explicitly, but they definitely said it implicitly by design. So if we were going to go and leap over and do ad hominem arguments, then yes, for example, having a na statement, a statement that uses a na adjective or the adjective in its na form right next to a statement in the same prompt with that adjective not in the na form or without using the na particle. That is an implicit demonstration of an explicit grammatical context in which they did not explain. I feel like you've been slightly nitpicky, but I get it. Hey, you were nitpicky too. So you were telling me that you dislike how words are being devalued. How can you not enjoy nitpicking? That's how you impart, in my opinion, that's how you impart and differentiate the value of words. We are obviously language learners. So if you weren't expecting that, I apologize. However, your words are your words. With Duolingo forgetting to teach stuff, I meant that they are clearly things some students might struggle with to grasp when they're not included in a good description on how to use it, but you always have other online. Yes, exactly. I agree with that. That is a very excellent subjunctive. That is an excellent, well, maybe not. Okay, here's more nitpicky stuff, I suppose. With Duolingo, with the statement that you've made about Duolingo forgetting to teach stuff, right? To include stuff, or with Duolingo omitting or lacking certain things for teaching stuff, you meant to clearly state that students may struggle. I like that. May struggle, subjunctive, to grasp what they've when they may or may not include a good description on how to use it. And that's fair. I did not experience that. So clearly I'm not one of those students. Fair enough. And then you can always you can always have other online resources to explain those. And I am fairly confident there are other resources. Now, I will defend those students as well. I would suggest that they may not always find other online sources. So if I were to argue against Duo, these students may not end up going on to find other resources. And that is why you're worried. Also, don't correct me on how I'm speaking, direct or subjunctive. It's all a different way we speak. There's no right or wrong. I didn't correct you. I'm suggesting. Because it's not how you're speaking, it's how you're speaking to me. So I'm explaining how I want to say things, because I'm making sure that I don't misinterpret you. My nitpickiness, oh, I'm sorry if you feel like correcting towards you. Fair enough. I guess I'll stop exchanging my opinions and suggest that I disagree with you. Almost all of it. So instead of correcting you, or instead of suggesting any more in-depth things, I can say that you have an arrogance about you, and you and I do not share the same opinions. So take it for what you will, I suppose. Since I'm not going to correct you, I'll share you my opinion. You have an arrogance, you're prideful, and you talk to me like a condescending person. So instead of suggesting anymore. Kind of mean towards you. Okay, I apologize for making it mean towards you. So if I'm being direct with you, so instead of trying to be indirect, I'll be direct with you. You're arrogant, you're prideful, you push opinions onto other people, and you project your opinion like they're fact. So I'm not concerned with your language anymore. The fact that you came up to me and you told me that Duolingo doesn't do certain things, I disagree with you. How do I explain that? Well, I clearly can't counter argue what you said. So what do I do? is what I'm asking. How can I demonstrate to you that I actually care about what you said without saying that? Did you read my message about feel like you've been slightly nitpicky? I did. I literally said it too. And I'm literally using literally. If you check out the guidebook, they give pretty good explaining on grammar and tips for your unit you're on. Yeah, and by the way, Indy, they actually rearranged a lot of the guidebooks. Thanks, D3. So you're gonna try to gaslight me now. Fair enough, I guess. I mean, thanks. Oh, thanks, D3. I appreciate it. So I clearly didn't read any of your messages. So not only did I am somehow. I've got a sub button. Yes. So, I guess I'll end this because obviously, not only can I not read your messages, you expect me to read your messages. No, you're not gaslighting. I just didn't read. I mean, I read every message very, very carefully. That is why I'm nitpicky. But if that makes me mean to you, I'm sorry. Like, I really am sorry. That's how I show people that I really care about what they said. If your feelings are hurt about it, then I'm gonna stop. That's probably all I'm gonna do. I can't do anything. I can't convince you that I care about what you say without caring about what you say. Right. Oh, D3 is your friend, Nojo? Nice. Try learning some German, man. Multilingual. German could be a possibility, D3. German could be a possibility. Right now, though... Oh, you showed my channel, Nojo? Thanks. I appreciate it. Right now, my plans are Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish. Maybe, like, in a year, D3. Are you German, D3? You just asked if you read it already because it might have given extra context to the conversation. Did you read my message? Okay, that's fair. I misinterpreted that. The question is yes. The answer is yes, I did. I'm being nitpicky. And then I'm continued to be nitpicky. German is common where you speak, D3. Nice. Are you learning anything else, D3? I'm not gonna resume the conversation, Randy. I think you have very valid points, and I acknowledge almost all those points. Like, all the things you're inferring are probably true, to some extent. I disagree with a lot of them too. And there is something to be said about going to someone and telling them that Duolingo doesn't teach Japanese, and knowing that that person has said the opposite for a really long time and expecting that person not to be nitpicky about what you said. I think there's a dissonance there, in my opinion. So did Duolingo teach Japanese? Well, I don't know anymore. What do you consider teaching Japanese? Japanese common phrases, and I can read about 200 kanji characters? Nice. Very nice. Polish, Spanish, and French. Whoa, how long have you been learning language, D3? I wish I can put a number to how much kanji you know. Well, I can put a number to mine right now. Let's see. 7. 19. Yeah, 19. Oh, and I gotta make sure I don't count this row anymore. 19. 25. Oh no, 26. 33. 37. 41. 45. 48. I can probably do them in total recall. 48, I guess. Plus like 4 or 5 that other people taught me. Like ski des. Or just ski in general. Ski. Personally, my addition on this country, you can't learn a language without living in the country. Interesting. So that means that anyone who learned English as a second language has to live in the United States and Great Britain in order to learn English. I see. Oh, unless you're talking about a country that offers the language. Okay. And then I've been in quite a few countries in Germany. I was in around 2016, 2018, and 2019. And then Poland in 2018. Wow, that's a lot of... Yeah, that's a lot of Europe. Spanish, you're learning... I meant be there. Personally, you can't learn a language without being in the country. Okay, fair enough. I clearly don't know Fujonese and Mandarin because I haven't, you know, truly been there in China. So I don't know what to tell you. I guess I just don't know Fujonese. Okay. I think becoming conversational is great, but I try to say there will almost certainly be gaps in someone's Japanese if they stick to just using Duolingo. I agree. That is a great statement using the only clause. Or now is okay, I'm sorry. Last one. I promise I won't nitpick anymore. I promise I can't promise what I can't keep. But the word just has been relegated to only. So it has consumed the word only. And I agree with you. If Duolingo is the only thing you use, there will most definitely be gaps in someone's Japanese. Absolutely. And in my, and from what I've heard, other opinions, Duolingo alone, again, yep, alone, I agree. I still agree. Is by far not the most efficient nor effective way of learning a language on its own. Is by far, okay, I disagree with that. I won't say much more other than I disagree with that. And I've never called Duolingo bad. I agree. And then again, never. So never. That's absolute. So I agree with you that I have never heard you call it bad. Like, I never heard you up to this moment use the word bad. And I encourage it. You never call Duolingo bad. That's fair. But I feel like it's more of a start where you can branch out from but still use it. That's a fair statement. I agree with that. So fair enough. So overall, I agree with you. If you're saying if you're only using one tool, I agree. You never said bad. I agree. You inferred bad, though, a little bit. That's just my personal opinion. And yeah, definitely. And I disagree that you say about efficiency. That's fair. I mean, that is the opinions that I'm getting. I think 90% of the opinion, I read the same thing that you do. This is the opinions of others. I agree with you on that. Like a large majority of people would say it's not efficient or even the most efficient, which is again talking about absolutes. Right. Most efficient. And most effective. I agree with you. I think there are rarely anything, if I wanted to share my opinion, I think there's pretty much not many things that are either most effective or most efficient in any regards. So that's fair enough. That's a fair statement. I wouldn't say that about Duolingo either, that it is the most efficient nor most effective. I wouldn't say that about any tool, actually. Probably 90% of tools, I would not say they are the most efficient and most effective, whether they stand alone or with others. Yes, Fujonese is the language. So Fujonese is my first language, although I can't read Mandarin, so you're right about that, I suppose. I can't. Well, did you say speak or did you say hold conversation? I can't learn a language without being in the country. That's fair. I didn't learn the language without being in the country. I learned it from my parents. So perhaps. Kanji. Okay, those are the kanji. I'm probably around 450. It's a lot. I only have 50. How does it feel to be 450? Oh, interesting. You're gonna have to share with me the app that tells you how much kanji you know. That's kind of neat. I guess that's ones I know how to write. Reading is more okay. Fair enough. Keep up the good work. Yeah, Nojo every day. Nojo says keep up the good work every day on YouTube. It's actually quite wonderful. So thank you. Thank you, D3. You're going through my sentences like it's an exam. This feels so weird. I mean, I care about what you say. I like to hope that I care about what you say. This is how I show something, right? Not a lot of people are still here, so you're still here. So I reckon maybe it's useful. I organize my thoughts like this. I'm sorry if this is alien to you, but I like to make sure I read Japanese and other languages like this. I really do care about people's words. And just to present my case, I don't quite like how the internet hustle culture has devalued language, especially English. The internet hustle culture has devalued English for the longest time. So how do I demonstrate, or what I choose to demonstrate, the importance of being articulate and exacting with English on the internet? I read people's statements and I organize the thoughts in my head visibly for other people to know. So when I'm using like reviews and articles, I write on screen because I don't want the idea that English is a devalued language, which happens a lot. So when you willy-nilly throw statements around, I like that to be the opportunity to demonstrate how I'm either confused or having the wrong idea. So if any of this is having the wrong idea, someone can point it out. Like, oh, well, that's not what I mean here. Or let me clarify here for you, because I'm removing confusion if I write my thoughts out. That does come off as being really nitpicky, though. And I have been accused and insulted for being condescending, pedantic, esoteric, and having a stick up my butt. That was day 8, by the way. It's infamous. The day 8 stick up my butt. So this is what I do. I'm an educator too. At least I consider myself an educator. So if you're a teacher, if you're an educator, you're gonna feel like you're in a seminar. That's how I process things. So I apologize for that in advance, but at the same time, I'm not going to take it back. Respectfully. I feel the most efficient way would be to hire a language tutor and take actual courses, or read a book and take online courses. Interesting. All right. Have you done that? Is that what you do? I corrected it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I can read the context of the English perfectly. All right. Quick question. What am I using to write on? I'm using a thing called, hang on, Crank Monkey. I'm using, wait. I think I can actually show this on here. Where's the, it's called Web Paint Tool. That's all it's called. It's called Web Paint Tool. It's not the script, but it's an extension. It's a Chrome extension that I'm using. It's literally just called Web Paint Tool. It's the one that I found that was most reasonable. There are others like Draw Me or something, but this one I found it's good enough. It has a latency problem though. So if you're using a stylus, if you're using or a tablet, on a desktop, it does have latency issues. So if you write too quickly and you lift your pen too much, it'll do this stuff. And it could cause it to erase things. So as a fair warning, it's not a substitute in my opinion. It's difficult to substitute it for like Adobe Photoshop or something that a drawing program. It has a lot of latency issues. Higher, not higher. In the end, efficiency and effectiveness doesn't matter much if you're not having fun. It's all about fun with language learning, in your opinion? That sounds great, Sheriff. Sheriff Morax. I will share my thoughts on that. In the end of the day, for me, efficiency and effectiveness is about more experiences and novel experiences that may include learning, and fun is secondary to me. I learn that things are fun because they are new and novel and learning. So why am I using Duolingo? Is to have these discussions. It's one of the journeys of using Duolingo. I didn't pick Babbel, LinkedIn. Well, there are other obviously pragmatic restrictions on doing other things that are reputable, but Duolingo has a pragmatic openness that allows me to have conversations about it. So then I can hear all the opinions of other people. Duolingo is a divisive learning tool, and it promotes discussion for my purpose. So the efficiency and effectiveness of me learning to learn is my goal, not necessarily to become fluent in Japanese. I've communicated this hopefully at least once every week. Learning Japanese is salient and important because it's the process of learning language, learning a secondary language. If that means never going to the country, but still learning something third hand amongst secondary language learners, then that's great. One day, maybe once in a blue moon, a Japanese person comes up to me and asks me a question, do you speak Japanese? And in the English foreigner perspective, you are in the United States. And I am so happy that I can use my Japanese to talk to you. Yes, it's not the same as having the privilege to go to a country, live there long enough and, I don't know, become a true fluent or native person. That's not a privilege I have. I would wish to have that privilege. Perhaps if my priorities were different, I would travel the world. My priorities is not to travel the world or to have someone tell me that, oh, my Japanese is really fluent. Have you been to Japan? It's like, yeah, I lived in Japan for 5 years. That to respectfully decline that if you think how long you do something, where you have been, affects my respect for you as an academic person who's willing to spend some time to talk to me, it's negligible. If you've been all around the world, it's still negligible. I still respect you. So when you share an opinion and you're willing to share and take my conversations, right? That's all the respect. Like, that's far exceeds any amount of legacy you have. I could be a billionaire and I will still not use that as a way to give me credibility. You're a human being. And I like to say I mutually want to give you the time and day. So effectively, it boils down to the whole, do I have good intentions? Well, I try to have good intentions. If they're nitpicky and it's not to your cup of tea, then I can think of a lot of brilliant polyglots out there who would love to hear your take that resonates with them. So content creators are 1 in a billion. Not even, I'm exaggerating. 1 in a million or 10 million. So I reckon if I don't provide the open-mindedness that you require or want, because many people that I've talked to constantly say they're open-minded, and that's fair enough. So stay a while, listen to my rants if you want, or go and I hope you find someone who resonates with you, which means that you're more close-minded, by the way. If you're looking for someone to resonate with you, I'm generally one that doesn't even resonate with my own self. My opinions change very rapidly. The dynamics of my opinion and knowledge base changes very rapidly because I don't aim to master certain things. I aim to learn certain things or continue learning things. So if it feels like I have gaps in my Japanese knowledge, that's because I intend to trade it off to getting generalized knowledge versus specialized knowledge. So when someone tells me about min-maxing efficiency and efficacy, that's often from the perspective of a narrow-minded, singular, but focused and passionate goal. Okay? So yes, I am very inefficient because my goal is not focused. You can only min-max, in my opinion, it's easier, human condition, to focus and improve efficiency and efficacy if you have established that your goal is to do something that is very narrow. My goal is not what people think. I'm just saying. The title of my stream is called Day 43 Duolingo Japanese. Didn't say anything about its fluency or I'm trying to live and move to Japan. There's a lot of inferences here. So I do understand I'm playing the clickbaity thing inadvertently. I'm not looking for the most efficient methods. Out of the kindness of your heart, like most people who have great intents for unsolicited advice, I also have the kindest intent to value and weigh all your words that you say very, very well. And I am already like 20 minutes behind on chat. So this is why I'm not a big proliferative influencer. It takes me a very long time to talk through chats. You're still here? Hey, Blue Jelly. Hello, Blue. I'm trying to be more articulate English speaker too. Any tips? I like how you speak. You like how I speak? Oh boy. That's a loaded question. I don't know how you do that. I'm really sorry. I really don't know how to do that at the moment. That's you're gonna have to I'm gonna have to think about that actually. Sorry, Cranky. Maybe I might have to think about that. And you meant book, yep. I've been mistyping a lot because I type so quick and I've been very tired. That's fair enough. You're probably overseas, right? Durandi, so that's fine. I also forget to check my messages. That's fair enough. The owner of my company is a billionaire, and he does indeed use that to give him credibility. Anyway, in the closet, excited for you to learn some stuff. Yeah, okay. So I'm finally caught up with chat. Okay. So I know, and here's what I can say from all the discussions so far, and they're positive things. I know that Durandi, you have lots of knowledge about learning the Japanese language in a very efficient way, and you will continue to be more efficient than I am in learning Japanese if you're still learning Japanese and other languages. I am interested in those things. I will take them into consideration. They're not a priority at the moment because my goals do not align with your goals. That's all I can say about that for the time being. And for Cranky, I think for me, much like what D3 said, I adapted this form of speech from my mentors, from people I observe around me. So I agree with you. If you want to speak a language, you can be in that country and naturally adapt it at D3. Like, I agree with you on that. And for my advice, I guess a tip, I don't know what this is. I don't consider it a tip because it's not well formed for myself. For Cranky, my mannerisms and my speech pattern in English was due to my environment. I did not academically acquire this form of articulation. Generally speaking, because of my educational background, I have been privileged, very privileged, to be in the presence of individuals who speak incredibly like this. Big disclaimer. The moment I start learning Japanese and I stop like talking about all this stuff, because I'm doing this kind of for a video, I suppose, about a digression, I will not sound like this anymore. I will sound like a pep. I will sound like a gaijin trying to speak Japanese. So I will sound less articulate. I will bumble. I will talk to myself rhetorically. I will sound like a gamer or like a streamer who is reacting to everything, reacting to how I'm forgetful, how I've made the same mistake a couple times. And I want to encourage other people to be encourage them to see that in themselves too. I record myself because I made the comment about day 26 and stuff to see myself do these things. And it's helpful because what I view to me is what I think of myself. It may not necessarily be true about what I'm actually doing. So hopefully that helps. I can adjust my speech patterns and affect the way I speak because I do it and I record myself doing it, and then I can see it. I can see and hear it. But generally speaking, how I acquired my English articulation comes from exactly applying what D3 was saying. I have been around people older than me who speak a certain way. And because of that, I sound like them in English when I find the opportunity to. I can also sound like a gamer who speaks gamer speak. I can kind of sound like a Zoomer from time to time if you don't see my face and how old I am, right? I can sound like an American if you didn't see that I'm Chinese. So there are ways, even without learning a new language, to learn a new language. You can learn more than one English, because English has almost triple the number next to, like, maybe Mandarin, but of foreign speakers. So all those foreign speakers have their own version of English, right? Gerandi, now we're going to take it all the way back to the first discussion we had. Gerandi and I have two different Englishes. And that's what started all of this conversation. So taking it all the way back to the very beginning, because I do the whole thing about reminding everyone where it starts, A into B into C, and when we get to C, we go back to A. When we get to D, we go back to B's poem. So now let's take it all the way back to the beginning. Durandi and I have different perspectives on the English language, and it is influenced by our different cultural backgrounds. We talked about his Dutch background, in which Dutch people are more direct. So that kind of translated into the use of the English language. For me, I grow up in the northeast region of the United States. And my professional background is I was in an academic environment, an incredibly liberal academic environment. And because of that, generally speaking, we spend a lot of time pausing, refining public speaking, and often sound like we're trying to be agreeable first and foremost, and leaving things up to interpretation in order to welcome discussion, versus shutting down discussions by pushing a strong position. So when someone comes up to me and say being indirect and making sure to be agreeable is a sign of disingenuousness, is something I face most of the time when I'm speaking like this. If I'm playing a video game, I'm reacting to the video game. So naturally, it's not really up to interpretation. I do the things on hand. When I'm talking about something as serious as language learning, I tend to sound very esoteric, nitpicky, and detail-oriented. The reason for that is I focus on learning. Learning is paramount. What you're learning is, to me, irrelevant. So if you think I'm not learning Japanese efficiently, it's not because I don't know that I'm not learning efficiently. It's largely because I have other goals that I am meeting on top of learning Japanese. And one of them is to understand the current state of Duolingo, all the opinions that I encountered are a representation of anything Duolingo has to work against or support. So any strong challenges, experiences I have with Duolingo, that's what I'm looking for. That's actually priority number one. The fun part, or the fun thing, the thing that eventually becomes fun, is discussing all the consequences of Duolingo. Not necessarily learning Japanese. If I learn some Japanese, that's great. So hopefully that helps. I have good vocabulary. You don't use fillers, and you can frame your thoughts coherently. That's why I said you speak well. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. yeah, that still comes from my educational background. And I'll do this all the time. So maybe if you find someone you really, really like, Frankie, perhaps someone in your native speak, right? If you have a native language and you had an influencer that's incredibly articulate, sometimes when you learn another language and you have an articulate personality, it kind of transfers, in my opinion. That's like when I speak Japanese, I imagine what I'm going to strive to speak is going to be reflective of my English, hopefully, perhaps. I spent a lot of, I don't want this to sound like I'm above someone. I had a lot of hard time when I was younger to speak without either tapping too fast. So typing too fast is a symptom of that as well, just to give an idea of Gerandi's impediment. I used to speak less deliberately, and my thoughts are too rapid. So oftentimes, I've worked on reducing the amount of fillers, slow down my speech, improve the conciseness of my speech, instead of projecting an insecurity to fill in all that information, and work on organizing that information in my head to present to a lot of people. So my educational background was in science and in biology. And biology requires that you not try to, you refrain from simplifying difficult topics. You're attempting to make it understandable by presenting it in a manner in which it's coherent and approachable to other people. And that kinda overlaps with learning, be it Japanese or anything. Usually I'm teaching science back in the day, like 5 years ago. So here, I've taken something that I worked on in my life because I spoke like a robot. I spoke like a robot. I spoke very rapidly. Sometimes I don't speak at all because the topic's too complicated. That's what I told myself. Like, oh yeah, this topic's too complicated. If they don't understand, that's their problem. I'm not gonna subject myself to, trying to find and teach myself different ways to disseminate information. It's their incompetence that is the problem. So for me, this is just my personal statement. I think one point of pride that someone could hurt my feelings to some extent would be someone come up and say, "You speak terrible." Like, as in, I don't understand you. That can hurt. And that is what motivates me to learn every day. So now we're going to take it all the way back to the very first point, which was my conversation with Sandra. Sandra said, Sandra studies English every day. And that's where the conversation started. The use of every day at the end of a sentence versus each day. We talked about the usage cases of those and what they mean. So that was the very first topic. And for me, I try to learn English every day. And much like D3, I use English every day in a different context. Yes, I don't go to Japan. But you know what's great about the internet? It circumvents some of the restrictions of not having the privilege to geographically communicate and speak with other people from other countries. So in this case, I'm not learning Japanese per se. However, the last 43 days, I had the privilege to talk, discuss, one-sided talk, get yelled at, get criticized among more than more multilingual people that I've ever met my entire life. And that is largely because I pragmatically chose Duolingo as a divisive representation of a language learning app. I see it as a learning app, not a language learning app per se, and not as an app or a definitive thing to learn any particular language. However, my critics, the individuals who approach me, infers all of this based on their prejudices and stereotypes. Oh, here's another person who's learning Duolingo with Japanese. Let me impart my advice to them that Duolingo is not a one-stop shop. Fair enough. Absolutely. What is the most common criticisms and unsolicited advice from my experience? Hey, you should really use other tools because Duolingo is not going to make you fluent. Okay. The natural question in the subjunctive would be to ask the person, are you trying to become fluent in Japanese with Duolingo? Because that's the first inference you're making. You're making not even an inference. I'm being polite here. I'm being conservative by saying they've inferred a lot of context clues that I'm trying to become fluent in Japanese somehow. That's a leap of logic, by the way. And that is an assumption. For all intents and purposes, that is an assumption. And most of my conversations that go this long in digression, I would say 90% so far of this conversation is predicated on the assumption that my desire and primary goal is to become fluent in Japanese. I'm sorry. I'm also not 18 years old, by the way. I'm also not a kid out of high school who wants to move to Japan or become Japanese. I'm a 37-year-old person who just like talking to people and practicing the language he speaks, and additionally learn a different language. Does that provide me with more credibility? I mean, we could add credibility, but that would be going against what I preach, which is I don't refer to my educational background very often. I typically only infer the relevant things that are involved in the conversation. So, when someone tells me Duolingo is bad for me, my first question is not really bad. I won't use the word bad. That's really subjective. Duolingo is not efficient. My first question for you is, can you describe to me the state of Duolingo right now so that you know what I'm doing in Duolingo? I need to confirm the idea that you understand what I did for the last 42 days. That's a tall order. I won't have anyone. I'm not suggesting that you go and sit through the 42 days. I recorded myself for doing 42 days to inform myself what I actually did in Duolingo. So perhaps there are other people who are literally doing the same thing. I'm not speaking figuratively here. Literally doing the same thing, and they've come to an advice, then they can assume. But when someone comes up and tells me they've spent 10 plus years or 20 plus years learning a language, we are no longer on the same page anymore. Both by human condition, by emotional resonance. There's no element of resonance. What is this live about? My friend from YouTube? Oh, we're just talking about learning languages. It's not too bad. It takes a bit. We've been spending the last 2 hours talking about it. But we're gonna go back to learning Japanese. So, or I don't know what. We're gonna pick up some Japanese phrases or Japanese vocabulary. I'm not entirely sure if I can comfortably say things like I'm learning Japanese. I honestly actually feel that outside of the people who actually use Duolingo, most people would say they would cringe when I say I'm learning Japanese. I'm Japanese? No, I am not Japanese, unfortunately, or fortunately. I am Chinese American. My parents are Chinese, and I am more or less American. More or less American. So, English is my primary language. English is my primary language. I do speak Mandarin to some extent, and I'm learning Japanese out of interest. Good luck with my journey. Oh, thanks. I love that word. Journey is fantastic. Thank you. And good luck with yours too. I hope you're learning a language or having fun watching other people learn about your language maybe. Sometimes Japanese people chill out and see how an English person goes about learning their language. It's also kind of fun. I like watching people learning English now. It's a routine I like to do. I actually, if I ever see a Japanese person learning English, I kind of chill there and see what their journey is like. Just to throw my opinion on Duolingo out there, it's actually a really decent learning tool, and you can get really far with it alone if you ask questions and take interest instead of going through the lessons mechanically. That is beautiful. What are you learning at the moment, actually, Cranky? I'm here for the talking. I'm here for asking questions and interests part. The lessons do get mechanical. I absolutely agree with that, though. In fact, my major criticisms, or for myself, to alleviate the mechanical lesson thing, I talked about it for my first 30 days on day 26. I think I'm going to do that on day 45 now as well, because I wanted to show people that I'm actually trying not to actually mechanically use Duolingo as a mechanic versus using Duolingo to inspire to do other things. Like Tofuku is an awesome site. What I did, how I learned grammar from Tofuku is the same way I'm learning from Duolingo. Like, what I mean is the approach that they have for Duolingo, how like, I don't know where I'm going, I don't know what they're going to teach me. I'm applying that philosophy when Tofuku is like linking different things. It's kind of like revisiting a thing that I don't do anymore. Oftentimes when I'm learning, I learn with an objective, a really focused objective, and to me it's not as entertaining anymore. So tonight, this evening, when I get off stream, I don't know what grammar point I'm gonna either review, practice. I already know, maybe it's related to Duolingo, or it's new. I don't know. I'm just gonna click willy-nilly. What's a great way to find immersion than serendipity? Well, if you live in the country of the language you're trying to learn, that's serendipitous. You walk around, you have no idea what you're going to learn, but hey, you're in it. So I'm simulating that feeling when I don't have the privilege to go to Japan. Do I want to go to Japan? Of course. If you fly me to Japan and pay for my like six month visa and also remove the bounds of getting a visa in the first place, fair enough. But the closest thing I have is to talk to other people who are learning languages. And I think it's about 50-50. Half the people I meet aren't even learning Japanese. They typically want to share their experience in language learning. Learning a language later in life is an experience that can enrich language learning itself. Knowing that other people are learning languages, not just the language you're looking at, is fantastic. And then sharing those ideas is even more fantastic. So I'm here for that. You're in section 3. Okay. 300 days. Nice. Dang. That's gonna be, I think, section 3. Man, that's gonna be like another month for me. Duolingo really helps with developing consistency in a way no other tool does. I can see that. There's no way I have stuck with Japanese if not for Duolingo. It's wonderful that Duolingo worked for you. If I like to point out something, I'm pretty sure you can. If you wanted to look for something, there's a high chance you might be able to find another tool that also help you develop consistency. It's great that you found Duolingo to be your first, or like you and Duolingo happen to resonate. But you know, much like the other person who suggested strongly the other way, there might be something out there as well. I don't know what that is, obviously. I know that there are a lot of tools. So far, Anki, LingQ, no one mentioned Babbel, and then no one mentioned Rosetta Stone, right? And then we have all the like the italki, or Iltalki, I don't know how. There are a lot of things, right? And Bushu, Memrise. There are a lot. I've been given a ton of suggestions. The one thing about language or learning in general is it takes time. I think if I am going to use the indicative voice, learning takes time. To the consternation or maybe the chagrin of people who are trying to tell me that I can learn Japanese in 30 days if I do it right. You probably can. I don't know. Will I learn it in 30 days? Well, that's already gone by. Did I aim to learn Japanese in 30 days? What do you think this is? A YouTube influencer? I'm not a YouTube influencer. It's not a challenge. It's a journey. I'm not sprinting towards a 30-day like speed run of the Japanese language. I'd like to think that when someone sees my YouTube channel and saw that I spent like over 300 hours playing Yakuza 5, the remastered edition, that would give you the impression that I take my time, whether it's efficient or not. And every day you probably see me with a smile and be very, very enthusiastic. Being slow is not negative to me if it's meaningful. So before all the other people come in and say, well, you're just looking for meaning where there isn't meaning. It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of how life works, isn't it? Am I happy? Well, I certainly am. Although a lot of people would come to me and say, well, you could be happier if you learn Japanese faster. Like, well, that's an inference. It makes me happy that there are people slowing me down learning Japanese. With all greatest intention and warm feeling, I want to end on this one remark. If you think I'm nervous and insecure that I haven't started my lesson for today, you would be correct 70% of the time if it was any other internet influencer. And guess what? They probably won't let you stop them or slow them down. I am intentionally being nitpicky and argumentative, and pedantic, because that's why I'm streaming. If I'm looking for the most effective and best strategies, it would start by not streaming. I'm not here to educate people in how to use Duolingo the fastest way possible, or what's the fastest way to learn Japanese. The fastest way to learn Japanese is to not stream, not talk to other people, move to the country, learn there, go to school there if you want. There are lots of other strategies. So before you infer like everyone else, and I totally get it, that if you go into any other stream, because I'm not popular, let's just say this. Statistically, let's do a logic check. If you come to a person who's the only person on Duolingo who barely speaks to 2 or 3 people, and and when they're streaming, they spend 99% of the time speaking to themselves. They're not popular. They're looking to be distracted, because that's at least my opinion. They're looking for company, and they're looking for discussions, people who share their lives, things. That's what they're doing. If you're going into a stream where this guy is like 20,000 viewers and they're like they're the goated polyglot of polyglots, then yeah, you can infer that they're probably trying to tell people how to learn language the fastest way. Am I doing that, and will I benefit from it? Yes, if my goal was that. It's not. So feel free. Feel free. In fact, this 43rd day up here is deceptive. I actually spent 60% of my time, almost over 60% of my time, having this type of varied discussion throughout my session. So am I making more errors? Absolutely. Am I getting distracted? Absolutely. Do I learn less Japanese if I keep talking to other people about Japanese? Yes and no. I'm definitely learning Japanese inconsistently. Would I give it up? No, absolutely not. I actually end up learning more Japanese outside of Duolingo because of other people. More grammar. Watched an anime because of someone I talked to. Talked about the anime with respect of learning Japanese with that person. Tofuku. Learned all the other competing apps even though I don't use them. Have other people's opinions, their life stories. I know approximately some detail about 14 people right now. So that's language learning. It's part of language learning. It's not Japanese culture. I'm not going to understand Japanese culture, but I'm understanding the language learning community, the larger language learning community. And it sucks. I will give a hot take here, and then maybe a nice message. It sucks that the language learning community at large, the larger, greater language learning community on the internet, constantly bickers against each other. They are constantly cannibalizing each other. And Duolingo is one of the biggest victims of that, in my opinion. Easily. Not only is it the most popular, it is arguably the most detested. And it's self-cannibalizing for people who all agree that language learning is their goal and fun. So, to end it on a more uplifting note, I hope Duolingo improves from all the criticisms. You know, they get their act together. And then all the other ones also get their act together and have communities that are collaboratively competitive. Because for me, learning is my hobby. And when I see my hobby fight each other, like amongst themselves, in a aggressive, toxic way, as opposed to a constructive and collaborative way, it's very disappointing. So I hope in the future that my experience will change. Maybe one day I'll be competent in a language, and when someone sees me like, oh, why are you using Duolingo? You seem like a very competent person. Well, you know what? Let's talk about that. So the role will be reversed. It may never happen. If you see me streaming, my only motivation is to put myself in a compromise position. I am not the expert of anything I stream. Rarely have I have the motivation to hustle anyone. I don't like making hustle content. It's other people's deal. They get affirmation from it. They like being display their passion, but they're also in a position of specialty. I do not enjoy that. I actually like farming people for advice. I collect all of that, and I take advantage of it. So thank you to everyone who criticize me, motivate me to change, or attempt to gaslight me. I'm okay with that. I mean, it's going to be negative feeling at first, but then I reflect on it and it becomes informative, right? Did I reverse gaslight? Did I Uno reverse the gaslighting, right? That happens a lot. Like, you said this, but I didn't say this, but then you didn't say this. It happens a lot. And how can I benefit from that? By having those discussions and then recording myself doing it. Sometimes I go back. When I have a really long debate and stuff, I actually go back to my previous VODs and look at all the context in which I can either learn from it, use it. All these stories are going to be moving forward, by the way. So I still remember the altercation that I had on day 8 of starting Duolingo when someone said I had a stick up my butt. All this is connected in memory. So these experiences are incredibly valuable. So I like to thank the language learning community at large. And I like to believe that if there are enough people who are not looking for the quick hustle, I don't know what that looks like. I'm not a billionaire, so I'm not going to start a company that deals with doing that instead of the other way around. I don't have a lot of influence, but I really hope that in another 5 or 10 years, we are going to have a very different discussion. A very different discussion, not just about Duolingo, but the idea that out of all the fire that Duolingo and Babbel, because they're the top 2, and then the OG, like the honored flag one, is Rosetta Stone, right? Rosetta Stone's been around since I was still in college. Like, Rosetta Stone was that Rosetta Stone sounded like Duolingo in advertisements when they started, when I was younger. I'm 37, by the way, so I predate Rosetta Stone, at least. And I was learning another language. I was learning Spanish in formal education when Rosetta Stone was around, and I had considered it, but I couldn't afford it, right? It was very expensive back then. I think it's still okay now that I have money, I suppose. So all in the long run, in another 5 or 10 years, I like to believe if I'm still doing this, learning another language, it could be German. Hats off to D3 and Nojo. It could be German in another 3 years, 3 to 5 years. I like to think that we won't be using phrases like, this is garbage, this is bad, this is the best, this is worse, everything is better, I always do this, this is what most everyone do, that's just stupid, this is just the best. Those phrases, those are the phrases that I am concerned about. Because generally speaking, I don't actually even think those people mean it. Be using that phrase. It often became normalized. So to me, I'm going to be nitpicky about that. When you tell me you always do something, I beg to differ. But you're talking to some old millennial who's in an educational background. So if you talk to a scientific writer and you use the word always, you probably screwed the pooch. You always do this. You do this every day. And I understand that. I read the subtext. Like, oh, okay. You like the idea of doing it every day. That's fair. I'm not going to go around and say, well, technically, the statistic likelihood of you doing all that is very unlikely. That is coming from a specialist point of view. So if someone is trying to speedrun language and then giving advice about speedrunning language, my apologies. I respectfully disagree. And you are caught up, in my opinion, in the internet hustle culture. How long do you think I'm expected to hold casual, basic level conversations in Japanese? I don't think anyone has asked me that actual question, except for maybe one person who asked me how I feel about my progress. That was the closest thing. I expect to be doing this for 1 year. 1 year to construct basic conversation. And then someone would ask me, well, what is your ultimate goal? Basic conversation. Actually, I already answered this question a bunch of times voluntarily. My ultimate goal to learn Japanese is to get to a point where I can use Japanese to learn Japanese. And that's it. So if I need to simplify anything, the goal is have the capacity to use Japanese to learn Japanese. I could sound like a 13-year-old kid for all that matters. A 13-year-old kid has the capacity to use Japanese to learn Japanese. They ask questions. I need all the questions, how to form all the questions. I bet you can read some graded readers even now. It's been an interesting benchmark on day 60 maybe. Yeah. So did I already tell you this, Lotus? I took a mock exam of N5, and I don't know where N5 is. Maybe that's a graded reader, but N5, and the length might have been shorter, but overall I got 80% on it. It felt really bad though, because I was relying on test taking methods too, because I couldn't read the instructions. I talked about this with someone else. Like, I was taking the questions, so I couldn't read the instructions, so I needed to use my test taking strategies, and that's coming from English. It's coming from like being in college for a long time and being in higher education. So it felt bad at the same time. You couldn't read the instructions either when I started being able to take those mock tests. Yeah, like I couldn't read the instruction. I'm like, well, let's just look at it, and there was enough context clues. It's actually easier than Duolingo, Lotus, if you know what I mean. Like, Duolingo is looking for the nitty-gritty, like exact answers, but you are provided most of the answers. The first time you get a multiple choice question is like way down the line, like, you know, fill in the blank stuff. So the moment you got like the fill in the blank stuff, I'm like, well, you can kind of just figure out which one's the right one. There's so much context clues. There's so much detail in the way they format the exams. And here, what am I concerned about, Lotus? I'm concerned about my total recall. And I know that's probably why N5 to N2 and stuff is not a great example of speaking comprehension, because speaking comprehension requires creative construction, and I totally get it. That's why I didn't use the N5 as a benchmark. But I also have people who are interested. So if my goal is to pass in N5, which is not, someone challenged me with, how do I feel about my progress? Well, how do I express that? Because I always feel great about my progress. It's the journey, not the goal, like not the end goal. And then I started thinking, maybe I should just take a mock exam and just see where I am. So about a week ago, I took the N5 exam, and you need to score a lot lower than you think. Like, it's not the American system. I forgot, but it's like 60% or something. Right? So it felt bad. It felt awful because I couldn't read the whole thing, but that's probably me. However, I did get around 80%. In fact, I deliberately got a question wrong to understand what the instructions were. Well, what I mean is, okay, this is a 50-50 because I can't read the instructions. There's like this huge diagram with like 3 blanks. Like, are these all like 3 in a row? Like, am I looking at the star? I couldn't figure it out. So what I did was I used the process of elimination, and I looked at the 2. I'm like, if this one's right, then the exam is asking me this. If that one's right, then the exam is asking me this. So I actually got those questions wrong, only to figure out the following question, because I understood now what the question's asking me, even though I can't read the heckin' instructions. The instructions to the exam are harder than the actual most of the prompts on an N5 exam. And dude, listening, like, bolt it through the listening section. That's when I don't even have to read anything. I'm gonna just hear it as I. A graded reader may be more interesting to you then. Oh, interesting. What does a graded reader mean? It's basically like reading a kid's book, so you wouldn't be able to fail on the. Oh, neat. Wait, how do I do that? How do I do a graded reader? Keep that in mind. I have to go to the bathroom, and I'll start to learn something while. You gotta keep. Hold on to that thought. All right. Is this something I can do, Lotus? Like, I don't know. On a recorded content, can I? Is it a tool I can use? The graded reader, grader reader. I might actually add something like that, so that, or maybe some information about that, so I can better inform. I suppose what Duolingo is doing for me. I suppose. Not that it's reflective of anyone else using Duolingo. Here are a bunch of free ones. Okay. Okay. I'll look at this in the evening. Oh, interesting. Neat. Okay, I'll have to look at this in the evening. This is awesome. Oh, they even have an English version of the site as well. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, I love this. All right. All right, I'll have to give this a go. It seems to be non-profit. Nice. Is there a way to support them? You're not sure about streaming? Okay, okay. Yeah, that's oh, it's actually resourced and linked from Tofuku. That's kind of funny. I didn't see the link from Tofuku on to takuku.org, but I see the URL. The source is actually a Tofuku link. Okay. Yeah. I only ask. It's not necessary. I can do it in the evening, right? But I've been looking for new things to add once my 6-month period. I think I'm gonna say 6 months is the most conservative amount of months. By 6 months, which is 180 days, I want to integrate something else. Like usually it's going to be either reading, interpretation, or translation. So this might fit in really well. In fact, I might do it even earlier if it's possible. Maybe something like I'll read the passage and then translate it on like live or something. Like read a passage, write what it means in English, and then do some interpretation, and then, or even read it, then write it in like kana or as much as I can in Japanese, be it like kana or kanji, or like, you know, a mix of everything as much as I can, and then insert any English words that I can't write yet. So you get like this hybrid of you read a passage and you're trying to write it out in Japanese as much as you can, insert placeholders in which you can't, and then continue doing that over time. That's kind of was my structure that I was going to do for the future. So I'll have to take a look at these grader readers. I'm not familiar with this. Do they do this for English too? Is grader readers a concept that is for language learning in general? Seeing that obviously I did not read any such thing. Or is that like a Japanese specific thing? Cute. Thanks. Not really sure, but it's a thing for Japanese. I like it. I actually love the book covers, by the way, or the digital. I'm not sure if these are like both imprinted or digital, but the digital book covers are very cute. And yes, just for the record, guys, if you're wondering, does my English ever stop me from reading like youth books in English? No, it doesn't. I actually also continue to watch like Disney stuff and all that, and then find fairy tales and like books like Arthur and like Franklin the Turtle and stuff, because honestly, I'm low-key also have this potential inspiration to you know, be a parent one day, even in old age. It's I suppose, but I do read lots of, I mean, I interact with young people, so naturally you have to be interested in what they're interested in, right? Anyways, I really appreciate it, Lotus. Thanks. I'll have to take a gander. I've already bookmarked it. Sorry, dad joke. I already bookmarked the grader reader books. All right. So let's learn about the weather and your family again. Describing your family. Interesting. So what is our goal today? Maybe we'll get to here. We'll practice our first set. All right. Here we go. Oh, but we have to do the new kanji stuff. I have to see if they added the new kanji stuff. Okay, we will only be able to get through the introduction to the new vocabulary, and then maybe the practice stuff, and then get 2 takes at the new kanji sections. Like how I'm curious if they keep the same thing and these are just reminders or whatnot. I love the reminders. They're so good. I can't believe they changed it overnight. I was floored yesterday. Like in the evening, I took a look at it. I'm like, wait a minute. And I was so excited to talk about it today. It kind of got derailed, but that's fine. Learning when you know the thing is going to change is my favorite thing. It's one of my favorite things. That's why being in the classroom is... I enjoy being in a classroom. Largely because the person that's teaching is a human being. And you just don't know what to expect. Even when I got a bad grade and I couldn't resonate with the professor at all, it was still a great learning lesson. It challenges me to try to understand the person, right? That's kind of the idea. So I do miss the classroom quite a bit, and I understand those who say the best way. I'm gonna say a different way to challenge yourself is to have an interaction with a human being. Regrettably to me, those who talk the way the internet people do typically aren't learning from other human people. They tend to be self-studied and focus a lot on their own learning methods. I like to be in a classroom with a teacher because I want to learn their method. I want to take on their method, not project my own method. It trivializes any other person's. So when you go and talk to someone, you're more concerned about projecting what you think it's right versus even asking the other person how they're learning. Right? I'm generally asking about and nitpicking how other people are learning and their opinions. I rarely ever share mine because no one asks. That's the idea. I'm farming your ideas. You gotta ask for mine if you want. And so far probably only 2 or 3 people, and they ask really hard questions. I can't even answer them. Like I don't know. And that's kind of why I'm gonna spend this evening talking about or finding out how I'm gonna do that. Because whenever someone asks me a question I can't answer it, it's great motivation to figure out how I should be able to at least provide some sort of concise response to it. Anyways, weather time. Oh, I know Ame. Ame. Ame is in a lot of things, man. Even songs. What is this? O-U-N. Owen?
Koen.
I mean, I guess that's hiragana, so that's fine. Koen. We got this in the kana section. This is haru. Spring. Haru.
Haru.
Haru. Spring. I know that because one of my top 10 songs for the time being is a song called Haru by Yorushika. Yorushika has a song called Haru. Or is it? Yeah. No. Haru. Great. There's also a song that starts with Ame. I forgot who the artist is.
Ame.
Ame.
Koen.
Koen. Oh, and we already know Koen. Oh, this is park. That's why it's weird. This is the word for park because UNO Koen. UNO Koen, and there's Koen in the park. So UNO park. So I at first I thought it was referring to the water fountain. I'm like, Koen? What the heck? Yeah, this is park. It's fine.
よく公園に行きますか?
Yoku koen ni ikimasu ka? Do you go to the park? Do you often go to the park? Yeah. Yoku koen ni ikimasu ka? Kono koen wa blank desu ne. It's probably like kirei. We're looking for maybe some sort of adjective. I would go with kirei. Oh. Karate. Oh, okay. Sureki. Steiki. Sorry, steiki. Steiki. Lovely.
素敵?
Good enough. Steiki. Steiki is good enough. Oishi. Oishi and hayai. Hayai. So fast, right? Hayai. Oishi, tasty, or delicious. I prefer delicious, and then karate is self-explanatory. Rainy and ame.
Ame.
Sorry, I'm holding it off for 2 more there. Ame. So ame, rainy. I thought it was just rain, but ame. So is this an adjective? That's interesting. Huh. And then haru for
Haru.
spring. Haru.
春はいいですね。
Haru wa ii desu ne. I can't get behind this because I have allergies. I have seasonal allergies and they're most intense during the spring. And yes, I am born in the spring. Story of my life. I'm more of a autumn. Yeah, an autumn guy. My allergies were so bad this morning. Oh, was it rainy? Is it humid where you are? Like, was it precipitating where you were? Dude, my allergies are on fire the day before rain. Like when a low pressure moves in, it is on fire. I'm on I'm on an antihistamine and a decongestant, an extra strength decongestant the day before it. Tons of rain a couple weeks ago. Plants have move slower. Plants here move slower. I see. Yeah, allergies. It does sound like I'm coughing up a lung sometimes. Obviously, I mute my mic so no one can hear me cough up a lung. But generally speaking, it's not as bad as it sounds. Since you spend when you get used to spending your lifetime with seasonal allergies in which histamines and decongestants can only blunt, you just gotta deal with it, haru wa ii desu ne. Spring is nice, isn't it? I do like spring though. I do like spring. Allergies kind of put a slight damper on it. When I was in a concrete jungle, it was better. I am allergic to, obviously that's the telltale sign. When I used to go to graduate school, I was more in a concrete jungle, so not as intense. Surrounded by concrete and buildings and lots of buildings.
春はよく友達と公園に行きます。
Okay. That's a lot. I heard
春
haru
は
wa
友達
tomodachi to no,
友達
wait. No, never mind. Just kidding. Oh yeah, I
友
did.
達
Tomodachi to
Ni-
ni Oh no.
に
Tomodachi to
公園
ni
に
ikimasu. I mean that's what I heard, but I don't know if that's it. Maybe yoku is in there somewhere.
春はよく友達と公園に行きます。
Okay.
よく春はよく友達と公園に行きます。
Yeah. I did hear yoku after all, but I wasn't too confident. So, haru wa yoku tomodachi to kouen ni ikimasu. Right. I often go to the park with my friends in spring or during the springtime. In the spring. Okay, in the spring. Fair enough. In the spring, I often go to the park with friends.
春は時々山に行きます。
Haru wa tokidoki yama ni ikimasu. Okay. Okay. So they want to emphasize the spring in the beginning as opposed to in the spring at the end of a sentence. We could do it for science and put in the spring at the end to see if they accept it. Usually Duo is pretty flexible at using prepositional phrases, like prepositional participles in both. However, it's by design that they capitalize the first box. So if you're like a gamer, for gamer sense, you can pick out things that are typically not capitalized and they intend for that. So they want, and the last prompt would tell you that they want in the spring first. Fair enough. I mean, that's fair enough. Good enough. At least you know, at least I know why that is the case. So, in the spring, I sometimes go to the mountains. Just that phrase, like, oh yeah, I'm a mountain man. I just go to the mountains in the spring. It's all good. I sometimes go into the mountains. What do I do in the mountains? Nah. That's none of your business. Secret. It's a secret.
天気はどうですか
Genki. Oh, hey.
天気
Oh, Kenki. Oh no, Tenki. For a moment there, I thought he said Genki, but Tenki. Fine.
天
Tenki.
気
Uh,
天気
why do you sound like that?
天気
Okay, I can hear it. Tenki. Okay.
天気
All right. For a moment there. Okay. Tenki wa do desu ka? All right. How's the weather? Sure. Tenki wa do desu ka?
明日は雨じゃないです。
Oh, ashita is being used in a different context here?
明日
Ashita wa ame janai desu ka? Janai desu. Interesting. It's probably highlighted here because it's talking about its relation to an existence of raining. Okay, let me see how ashita was. Let me think about how ashita was used before. It was usually predicates. Most of the conjugated predicates, as opposed to des, right? Yeah, I think that's probably why they're highlighting that. I don't know. That's a hard read right there. It is a different context though. Generally ashita has been linked with I don't want to say like an actionable predicate a lot of times. Yeah, most of it was actional. Like, are you gonna hang out with friends? Are you gonna go out? Are you gonna sleep? Walk? And in this case, it's actually even in context of janai desu, the negation of or to be. And it could be in relation to rain. I feel rainy. Yeah, no, it's not relation to rain. So I think that's why they might be highlighting that. That's a tough one. That's a tough call. Oh, and they want it in the beginning. Oh, that's interesting. So they want it to be emphasized in the beginning this time because tomorrow is capitalized. I might have de-emphasized it and put tomorrow at the end. Right. So tomorrow, oh, it will be rainy. Yeah, that's definitely a different context than how ashita was being done before. That's fair. At least from a translational standpoint. And sorry, it's not will, it won't be rainy. Tomorrow it won't be rainy. So this is future perfect. Yeah, future perfect. It won't be rainy. Interesting. That does clarify things, right? Not raining. Although, yeah, like not to rain, right? Rainy, literally, at the moment. Okay. Tomorrow it won't be rainy. Oh, wow. They were omitting the subject. They wanted tomorrow won't be rainy. Interesting. Oh, that's why they highlighted it as a new word. They're using it as a noun replacer. Oh, kind of like when they highlighted Coco Koko wa, using koko in place of the noun replacer. Interesting. That makes more sense. That makes sense. Okay, so tomorrow won't be rainy. I get it. Fair enough. That's why I couldn't see it, because I was still inferring it. Although you can simplify. Tomorrow won't be rainy. That's fair enough. That actually is quite natural. Like it. Okay. Well done, Duo. Thanks. Good English lesson for myself, really. Tomorrow won't be rainy. Usually I would say it won't be rainy tomorrow, as in shifting the tomorrow, but that actually means something different. Weird.
今日
Interesting.
は雨です。
Kyo. We were introduced to Kyo in the last unit, and then now they're highlighting it again. So it's using a noun replacer. So today will be rainy, right? Tons of a rain. Oh, sorry. I like the moment I saw rain, I was rereading your comment again. Notice. So today.
今日
So they're using it as a noun replacer. Fair enough. Today will be rainy. Today will be wet. Usually I would say it'll be wet today, or it'll be rainy today. But yeah, today will be rainy. I see why they highlighted both of them. Fair enough. Fair enough. So that means you can place all the other ones in there too. Yeah, you can use all the other ones. I wonder if they're gonna go through all of them.
明日の天気もいいです。明日
What?
明日の天気もいいです。
Oh,
の
no. Tenki.
天気
Wa
はいい
Yes.
です。明日の天気もいいです。
Mo.
はも
いいです。So, 明日の Oh, I see. So tomorrow's. I see. Tomorrow's weather is also nice. Interesting. 明日の天気もいいです。
明日の天気もいいです。
Oh, 明日
ものは
Just kidding.
明日の天気もいいです。
No.
の
No, this makes sense.
も
Wait, was it
も
wow or
明日
mo?
の天気もいいです。
Wait.
明日の天気もいいです。
Oh, no. I did
Mo.
hear it correctly. It's fine. Yeah. Tomorrow's weather is also nice. Tomorrow's weather is also nice. Yep. Let's see.
今日は雨ですか？
今日は雨ですか? Will today be rainy? All right, duo. I see what you did. Not the type of phrasing I'm very comfortable with, but yeah, will it be rainy today? Although yeah, will today be rainy is excellent. It's actually fairly literal.
今日は暖かいです。
Atatakai desu. That's kind of funny. Atatakai desu.
暖かい。
Warm. Atatakai. Wait. Isn't there a shortened version of atatakai? I'm almost certain I read somewhere that atatakai can be shortened. And this is like boomer speak or something. I swear there was another
暖かい。
atatakai instead of saying atatakai, you could say something else. 今日は暖かいです。今日は暖かいです。Okay? Today will be warm. Nothing too crazy right now. So what do we have? We have weather, tenki, tenki and atatakai, and then other uses for the day. Okay. Ocha? It's probably ocha.
お茶
Oh, for atatakai. Oh, it also means hot. All sorts of ways to shorten, just depends on formality and context. Ah, is atatakai two different things? Is that why it has a way to shorten it, or that's just because of casual speak? Atatakai is the most formal, right? And then the others is to shorten for a casual context or something like that. I'm obviously generalizing because I have no idea what I'm talking about. Haru wa yoku atatakai ocha o nomimasu. That is most certainly nomimasu. We have pun, doga, video, and then shibuya, which self-explanatory. Will tomorrow's weather also be nice? Dang. Interesting. I love this phrasing. Will tomorrow's weather also be nice? I don't even speak this proper. Usually people go with, is tomorrow going to be nice? Right? Is tomorrow also going to be nice? So they went with, will tomorrow's weather also be nice? Which is a duo thing. It's a literal understanding of how the Japanese is phrased. Huh. Will tomorrow's weather also be nice? That's kind of nice. I kind of like the way that sounds. It's weird feeling, but also kind of nice. Not two different. No, not two different things. One unit. People will drop the do the whole e to tsu. Oh, okay, that you mentioned before, and sometimes drop the extra ta. To drop the ta. Yeah, the extra ta. That's the dropping the extra ta for the tsu is probably the thing that I probably saw before, and it kind of happens with other words too. We talked about this in English. When you have like repeated repeated sounds, especially consonants, but in this case, I guess it's both. You can drop repeated syllables. Not exactly the same. But there is an English phenomenon for that too. Like probably, right? Probably is the great one. Probably and probably. Probably is the one that I would go on. Right. Probob, ba, b, the double B's. So you just drop one of the B's. So probably instead of probably. Will tomorrow's weather also be nice? So the way they phrased it kind of helps with the Japanese. Although I almost feel like if I said, is tomorrow's weather, is tomorrow, yeah, they added tomorrow's. Okay, that's fine. Is tomorrow's weather going to also be, that's a different phrase. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it would be a different Japanese phrase. Got it. This is more of a English preference than anything. So,
も、
whoops.
も、
Ashita no.
の
Tenki
天気、
mo. Ii desu ne. Or ii desu ka. Whoops.
いいですか
Ii desu ka. So, ashita no tenki mo ii desu ka? Will tomorrow also be warm? Atatakai. I sound like a train. Atatakai. Atatatatatu. Sorry. I know it's choo choo, but I feel like it's closer to ta, like a ta sound more than a chew sound. I don't actually know. I guess a specific type of horn, the choo choo sound is fine, but it's more like a ta 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 ta. That's what I think of when I think of a train. It's more of a ta 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 ta. And then the choo choo is the horn thing, the air horn thing. Will tomorrow also be warm? Okay. So, 明日も暖かいですか？
明日も暖かいですか？
Neat. Very neat.
日
Heat. Oh, okay. We finally got heat. As in, not B. And not, not something else.
日
It's just he, huh?
食べま
Tabemas. Mizu.
水
Yama.
山
Ju.
十
Heat.
日
We got hyaku, on, and ji. Right? Ji, on, hyaku. And now we got B. Or he. Whoops. I said B by this instinctive because of doyobi and nichiyobi.
日日
Chi. Nice one. And Juni. All kanji phrases that we should know. Hanashimasu, right? These are all kanji targets. Sunny. Hare. And then Natsu. Natsu is summer. And then Yumi. Yumi is ocean or sea. Ocean or sea. So these are all vocabulary that I know well in advance already. So right now we were what? I guess we're about to cross 550 vocabulary. I know like another 150 or so on the side. So these are part of the ones.
晴れ
Are?
明日は晴れです
Ashita wa hare desu. Oh, hare desu. Oh. I'm not the biggest fan on sunny. I do like it, but also it comes with all the sun. You know? Gotta have protection. Tomorrow will be sunny. Oh, it's... Wait, the beach? Umi? Oh, just kidding. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Wait. Umi is... Wait. Is it both? Ooh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. I was about to say, I thought it was sea, isn't it? It's the sea or the ocean. Yeah, they're kind of... Oof. Yeah, is the sea. Okay. I'm just... Thanks for double checking. Because I was like, wait a minute. Excuse me? It's fine. Actually, they also... so here's the thing, right? Oh, Umi Bay is beach. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. So, Umi Bay. Are they doing it because there's a simplification, and if you have enough context, you could be knowing that it's referring to the sea or the beach? So is that like a colloquial do Japanese people shorten umibe just because if they were speaking in normal speak, they could drop the bay and it would be implied or inferred if they were talking about the beach or the sea. That it's just very commonly used, so they end up not really. Okay, fair enough. I was curious. You know, I'm trying to explain how this happens, if you know what I mean. So people still say umibe when they've been going to the beach, as opposed to saying ume in a general sense of going to the beach and seeing the sea at the same time. If you know what I mean. Well, I mean, I guess you could say umi ni, yeah, ikimasu, and I guess that would mean you're going to the beach. Yeah, so that's kind of, that's the only reason. I'm trying to like get into the headspace of why they would do this, as opposed to, you know, my first thought was it's the sea or the ocean, and when you say umi ni ikimasu, I'm thinking you're going into the ocean, like you're going boating or on a ship, you know. But you also use that for going out into a boat. Kind of interesting. We'll see what that they do. Yeah. Exactly. That's kind of, but we know, and thank you for telling me what beach is. That's helpful. That was my next question. You basically just answered the question before I was able to ask it. Like, what is the word for beach? So, umibe. Umibe. That's good. Umibe is good. I can get behind umibe. It almost sounds like a sea beach. Sea bay. You know what I mean? Like, what's the bay of the ocean? It's a beach. Umibe. At least I think that's be. That's be, right?
Umi.
Okay.
海が好きです
Umi ga suki desu. Okay. Okay. I like the beach. I mean, you can like the sea too. Come on. Come on. Okay. Summer, right? Natsu. Oh, and just for the record, I forgot to mention this. In the kana section, when you were practicing kana, umi is shown as sea or ocean, by the way. So I wouldn't say they don't know, if you know what I mean. Like, it is a little inconsistent though. And Natsu, like, all the seasons came up in the kana section. So whoever was doing the kana section, it comes up as sea in the kana section. When you get umi, when you're learning the pair-ups, they definitely taught it to you as sea when you were at this part. Interesting. I wonder if it's just a bug in the latest update. I have it can be. Yeah. So, okay, we'll keep that in mind then. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So as C. Got it. Curious what they do with beach. Do they teach you beach, Lotus? Did you get the word for beach?
夏
Natsu.
夏はいつも海に行きます。
Natsu wa itsu. Natsu wa itsumo. 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 Me. Wait.
いつも
Itsumo.
海
Umi. Oh no, I have a Casa moment. It's gonna be a Casa and a Machi and a Toshi moment. Okay. Itsumo. don't remember. I live like a 10-minute walk from a beach, so I'm pretty sure I looked it up before Duo taught me. It'll look through Duo vocab. Okay, okay. Dude, you live 10 minutes away from a beach? That's amazing. I live next to a river. I live next to a river. Yeah, we're landlocked. Although that river does lead to the ocean, though. I live next to a river that's one of the biggest tributaries to the Chesapeake Bay, which leads into the Atlantic Ocean. If that is the closest thing I got to a large body of water. Natsu wa itsumo umi ni ikimasu. Okay. Natsu wa itsumo umi ni ikimasu. I itsumo always go to the beach. Oh, they want to put it in the beginning. In the summer. In the summer, I always go to the beach. I can't relate, but fair enough. Natsu wa yoku musume to swimming? Are they gonna throw in a swimming? Oyogimasu? Oh my gosh, they finally strong-armed. I see what they were doing. I had wondered why they chose Ayogimasu of all things. Like, they introduced swimming and running, right? Swimming and running, and it's finally realized. Another context to use Ayogimasu. The ocean. Fair enough. I must goodbye or bye. Arimasu. Oh yeah, arimasu. To exist or have. And yomimasu. No, that's nomimasu. Wait a minute. That's yomimasu. Yeah, that was my instinct. But then I'm like, wait, is it nomimasu? No, it's yomimasu. Nomimasu is... Yeah, okay. It's fine. It looks nothing like this. They don't look like each other. Not really. So what is this saying? Natsu wa yoko musume to oyogimasu. So I swim. In the summer I often go swimming with my daughter.
夏はよくどこに行きますか？夏 wa. I heard doko ni ikimasu, but something is missing. 夏はよくどこに行きますか？
Oh.
よくどこに行きます。夏はよくどこに行きますか？か。夏はよくどこに行きますか？
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. In the summer.
夏はよくどこに行きますか？
In the summer. Where do you go? In the summer, where do you go? Does this go to the end? No? In the summer, where do you go often? Where do you often go? I wonder how they interpret this.
夏はよくどこに行きますか？
Do they still put it in the front? In the summer, where do you go often? Okay. Interesting. I guess that is the more important detail.
雨の日は本を読みます。
No he
日
no he whoops no he days. Oh, it's a counter. Days. Oh no, well that makes sense. He it's kind of he and be and bun and hun. Okay. Pun and hun. I see. It's a modifier of the H. Okay. I see. Yeah, that relation is pretty good. Excellent way to remember. It's a variant of b p off the pu. Okay. Ame no hi wa hon o yomimasu. Okay. So I read. Okay, so they're doing the early. So on rainy days, I get it. Yeah. That's actually a fun way to do that. On rainy days. That's cool. I like that on rainy days. So you can put up you can flavor with a lot of phrases like this. Huh. On rainy days. Oh wait. I got one. Ame no hi wa arerugi arimasu. Oh, arimasu. Or no. Arerugi ga arimasu. Ame no hi ame no hi wa arerugi ga arimasu. That is a phrase I can get behind. We just talked about this. On rainy days, I have allergies. Yeah, perhaps eventually I'll get the predicate for suffer. I suffer. No, that doesn't make any sense. I suffer from allergies. I guess you have to put in like kata or something. I suffer from allergies. I think it's kata, right? Or something like that. To add from something. Or like attribute it by something. Or attribute it to something. On rainy days, I read books. Weird champ. I don't relate. On rainy days, wait, I could say this. Ame no hi wa ramen o tabemasu. See, that's, and okay, I could even add more, right? Ame no hi wa tokidoki ramen o tabemasu. Now we're talking. Or yoku. I'd probably go with yoku. It would be cool to have some miso miso soup. Miso shiru? Yeah. Miso shiru? Don't really have access to miso paste at the house, but that's fine. Nice. I think we're okay here. Yes. Sunny. We just got that, right? Hare?
晴れ
Hare no hi wa yoku Koen ni ikimasu. Go to the park on sunny days, or on sunny days. I often go to the park. What are our other choices? So, soba. I mean, a soba day. Honestly, I could see putting an Americanism for this. I would actually say soba days. Like it's a soba day. I'm kind of curious how you do that. Oh, you probably no. It'd still be soba. Soba no hi. Like, oh yeah, it feels like a ramen day, right? It feels like a ramen day. I don't know the word for feel. However, honestly, I could probably see myself saying that though. Soba no hi as a kind of turn of phrase to try to capture the English spirit. I don't know if that's how Japanese people do it, but that would be kind of funny. Like, yeah, I eat I don't know, tonkotsu ramen on ramen days or something like that. Eki, oh no, ie, that's house day. And then dekuchi is exit. Dekuchi. Okay. On sunny days, I often swim. Says no one that is a sinker. Just kidding. Maybe one day I'll properly learn how to swim. I do the slap struggle swim. It's sufficient to get me out of the water, but not so efficient for long distance. So, hare no hi wa yoku oyogimasu. Section 3, Unit 14 is things to do at the beach, and they do not teach you the word for beach. Oh, interesting. Huh. I have both kanji for yumibe, but they have not taught me the word. Oh, okay. The kanji. Got it. Hare no hi tomodachi to asobimasu. Hare no hi tomodachi to asobimasu. Oh, did I miss? Wait. Oh, I missed the particle. I missed the topic marker. Whoops. I got wad. That's the second time I got wad in the last 2 days. I'm starting to get worried. I might be in the wall town now. I think I've hit destination wall town. I'm being too flexy with my walls. Dropping walls here and there. Hare no hi wa tomodachi to asobimasu. Okay. So far not too bad. Actually, let's get our last heart back. I need the hearts. Gohan desu.
Gohan to sushi.
Nah, we're not gonna. Fine. We'll do. We gotta do our keyboard inputs. No slacking. Okay.
寿司とお茶です。
Okay. Where's my Anne? Okay. I keep clicking on green water. I don't understand why I keep on clicking on green water instead of green tea.
ご飯と水です。
Gohan. Mizu desu. Okay.
ご飯と水ください。
I don't understand.
お茶と水です。
Ocha to mizu. Sure.
ご飯と水ください。
ご飯とお茶です。
水、お茶。
No green water.
寿司と水。
お茶と水。
Good old basics. Oops. What? Oh.
寿司とお茶です。
My bad. Okay. Alright. Keyboard practice. Neato. Alright, let's go back.
7月。
What? No, don't you do this to me. Another chi? Oh my gosh, chi. Chikatsu.
7月。
Is that what I heard? Okay. Dang it.
日。
Chi.
7月。
Chikatsu. Shichikatsu. Okay. Alright. Yasumi? Wait. Are they really doing Yasumi now? Wait. Does this mean something else?
休み。
Yasumi? Interesting. Oh, the kanji section is going to be interesting this time around. Yasumi. Huh. That's new too. Yasumi is new. In this context. Or lack of context, I suppose. Like the standalone, like Yasumi is different. And Juni.
12。
That's not go.
Go.
Those are fine. A pool. Uru. Sounds like poop. Uru. Honestly, it kind of sounds like poor. Uru. Okay.
プール。
Uru. What's this? Atsui. Oh, like as in hot temperature as opposed to hot. Okay, Atsui. And then we got Natsu again. Uru. Okay, I can get behind Puru. Uru.
明日プールに行きます。
Ashita Puru ni ikimasu. Sorry. Something about this character just makes me sound very I want to pitch up. In your recent lesson, I wanted to use the word puru and I didn't remember. I just went for puru and was like, is that a word? And my teacher was like, totally. That's so good. Voodoo. You know what? You know what makes this somewhat of an interesting relationship? Just the idea that we speak English, right? And then Japanese has this entire other writing language, but just the idea that you can do that makes me feel closer to Japanese people. Like artificially. What I mean is, you know, like through the language, it feels, these are the situations that kind of make it feel like Japanese is closer to English, but not really. You know, like kind of like suspiciously in this way, it got a lot of sentimentalism. And I love these. Voodoo. That's hilarious. You just like went, voodoo. Is that a word? Oh gosh. So good. Like, think about the role reversal, right? When Japanese people come to the United States and then they go around, it's like, you know, you go to a restaurant, maybe a Japanese restaurant or even a Pan-Asian restaurant, and they'd be like, do you have tempura or sushi, right? And it'll be good enough to be like, oh yeah, you can order something. Start with tempura, sushi, udon, soba, ramen. It's good enough. I feel like that's the closest reverse role that you have. Instead of making stuff up, it's like just use your Japanese words. They're technically in the English, like English colloquialism now. Like, how can you say sushi without saying sushi? Well, you could say kimbap, but then that would be kind of not true. And then you could say like spring rolls. No, that's not true too. So, how do you express sushi without expressing sushi? I'm starting to sound like those YouTube shorts where like, say something, but without actually saying it. You know what I mean? Those like viral clips where like, how do you tell someone that they're disagreeable without telling them they're disagreeable? Like, how do you say sushi without saying sushi? Like, well, you say sushi. Or sushi, right? Although it probably wouldn't fly. Wait. Is there another word for mizu? It could be wata. Wata works. Wata works really well, actually. Sorry, I'm thinking too. Or wata? Wata? Yeah, wata works so well, even with some like English accents. Wata is closer than... Okay, in Philadelphia, there are people who say woulda. So, you could probably get away with woulda. Yeah, woulda. I don't say water, obviously. I say water. It's already hard enough. It feels kind of uncomfortable, kind of a little icky. Woulda. Go up to Boston, probably wada. Maybe with a D, wada. Okay. Ashita puru. Ashita puru ni ikimasu. I'm going to the pool tomorrow. Oh yeah, see, that's what they were doing. So they're flipping it. Now it's no longer in that noun form, in the implicit noun form. Yeah, when they have it like a predicate. Hot. Atsui.
暑い。
今日は暑いですね。
今日は暑いですね. Today was fine. I imagine I'm gonna be able to say like mild or chilly or hot or something at some point. Today is hot, isn't it? Oh, I see why they did it that way too. If I used it in my way, it would be very redundant by saying like, it is hot today, isn't it? Oh, that's less, even more uncomfortable in my opinion than today is hot, isn't it? That's fair, actually. Very fair. Isn't it hot today, isn't it? I mean, is it hot today, isn't it? It is hot today, isn't it? I mean, technically, it can still work. Now, what is this? 今日はとても暑いですね。暑い Oh, atsui what? Oh. Weather? Skue. Oh, obviously that's the correct answer. Skue. Kahui? Oh, kahe. Whoops. Kahe. Whoops. Not e. E. Kahe. That's kahe. Kahe. And, yeah, I guess weather. Yeah. Atsui tenki wa chotto. What is this? Atera. Otara. Whoops. Otara. I keep saying Otara. Otara. Temples. Temple.
夏休みが好きです。
Oh, here it is. Yasumi.
休み。
Break, vacation, off. Oof, that's a stretch for off. But we'll see. Break and vacation. Yasumi. Wait a minute.
休み。
Wait, how does Yasumi relate to Oyasumi? Oh.
休み。
Oh, Sumi. Whoops. Yeah, wait. How does Oyasumi and Yasumi relate to each other? It's not an honorific in that case, right? Oh, it is the honorific? Oyasumi? I thought that was like good night, right? Or like rest or good, yeah, a night. Night, like, you know. Is it still the same root? So if I put an O in front of Oyasumi, Oyasumi, is that still that same Oyasumi? Like, Oyasumi, have a good night, thing. Oh, it's a command for rest. Oh, Oyasumi. Oh, that makes sense now. Nashita. Yeah. Nasai. Sorry. Oyasumi nasai. To take a rest or break. Oh, I get it. And they say a good night instead. Yeah, yeah. Got it. Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi nasai. Got it. Got it. It's a command form. Neat. So Yasumi.
休み。
Okay. Natsu Yasumi ga suki desu. I like summer vacation or summer break. Okay. Summer break. Listen, Lotus. You were once before. You were young once, and you mentioned you were young still. Do you go for summer break? And I don't mean that. I don't mean like summer break. I mean summer break. Come on. You're in the California thing. Also, last interruption. You notice any difference between how you are using Yasumi now versus earlier? Yes. I do. Yasumi now is the noun versus yasumimasu, which is in the predicate. And this is also being the object as opposed to being the predicate. And also yasumimasu was conjugated as the predicate. Definitely miss summer break. Oh yeah, it is an interesting trend. Yeah, that's an interesting trend, isn't it? Yeah. I have noticed that. Yeah. The reason why yasumimasu is so vivid in my head is because yasumi, the
Yasumi.
kanji for yasumi, is the last kanji that was introduced in the last unit. And it's part of yasumimasu, which is part of the predicate. And in this case, this is the object, and it is directionally modified by the ga. So, neat. It is most definitely used differently. And yeah, that's all I can say. That's all I got. Unless there's something else you were trying to go for. There is also something else here that I'm not quite sure about at the moment. But yasumi, right? Yasumi. Yasumuru. I'm pretty sure yasumuru is the plain form of yasumimasu. In this case, though, it's yasumi instead of yasumuru. So perhaps what I'm trying to gather from this is perhaps yasumi-ri, as in the converting ri, if you're relating the verb, the plain form, to the object or the noun form, I suppose. You may consider converting rus to ris in the same column in order to make it into a noun. Oh, wait. Yeah, yasumu. Oh, sorry, yasumu. Sorry, I meant to say yasumu. Sorry. I didn't mean to say yasuru. Yasumi. Yasumu. So, to convert it into a noun, maybe you take the plain form and convert it into the same row into the E form or the E row, right? That I could say that's an observation. I don't know if that's true or not, right? The pattern here is if yasumu is the plain form of yasumimasu, which is assumed because of yasumimasu, then you can probably convert mus into their effective column across and then convert them into nouns, right? Interesting theory. Seems extremely likely. It's Japanese, Lotus. You gotta, some things just make sense, you know? Maybe, you know, like there's reason. Meanwhile, in English, sorry, that's all I have to say about English. When someone says, so if this is that, then you can probably do this, right? In some part of my heart, I want to say yes, and then my back of the mind, it says you're constantly saying it depends, and then somewhere in your back of your head, it's like, well, I really want to tell you, but no, kind of thing. But yeah, that's what I'm assuming here. Oh, I'm guessing that's what you're interrupting me for? And that's a great question. And I tell you that that's pretty much why I like Duolingo. I know it's so counterintuitive, but I kind of like Duolingo because it doesn't explain these things to me. It really does feel like more of a video game when it doesn't explain things to me. Unpopular opinion, I know, but I'm not here to learn Japanese in a traditional way, I suppose. It's a great question, and I can most definitely tell you that that's what I was thinking of. All those points. All those points. And I'm going to find out later. You know? I'm going to find out later. Confirm. Okay. Natsu yasumi ga suki desu. Okay.
花火は日曜日です。
Hanabi. Fireworks. Oh, I knew that. I knew Hanabi. It was like, it's a popular song. Lots of popular songs with fireworks. How can I not know Hanabi? Every anime has fireworks at the end. And most slice of life and dramas have Hanabi in one of their episodes near the end, right? Where the confession happens. Or maybe not confession. Or the string along in an advertisement for next season. Hanabi wa... Okay, Nichiyoubi desu. Ooh, I see what they did here. You see, here's another duoism that I feel most people, in my opinion, will just go for the right answer and then don't really, in my opinion, explain why they put in Nichiyoubi. Personally, I think this is orchestrated. Nichiyoubi is placed in here because we have he, as in he for the same kanji. So naturally they will put in Nichiyoubi and Doyobi to try to make you realize that B is here and he is in a different context. I don't think this is a coincidence. This is not a coincidence. This is very orchestrated. Someone could say, oh man, Duolingo forgot to explain why it's Nichiyoubi here and he somewhere else. And I would beg to differ, because this occurs so frequently. This pattern of lessons occurs so frequently, they didn't forget. They didn't. Now, if a lot of people raise the concern over and over again, they might add it and explain it. Frankly speaking, I would love to hear someone explain why. I have my thoughts, and I read a little bit about it, about like the sounds and how sounds proceed, but why it's he somewhere else and B somewhere else when there's a chance that it means the same thing, and like hun somewhere else and pun somewhere else. You know, imagine expecting like, oh man, Duolingo didn't explain that. Well, you might want to spend like 10 hours talking 10 hours running down and chasing down a history lesson regarding how phonetics work, or like sound and the melodic composition of Japanese language in order to form a very coherent way of explaining it, in my opinion. Just saying. My opinion. Anyways, the fireworks. The fireworks the fireworks are Sunday? Interesting. The fireworks are Sunday. Wait. Hold up. Hanabi wa Nichiyoubi desu. Okay. How often do I say that? Yeah, I definitely can hear it. There will be a couple of people who say it this way. It's missing a preposition for me. 4 left can't be wrong. That's not true, but yes. In this case, by coincidence, there are 4 left. Yes. The fireworks are Sunday. Yeah, it's missing the preposition on or in, or it's usually on, or at, or on. It's usually on. The fireworks isn't Sunday. Isn't int. Yeah, so what was like this? The fireworks are on Sunday. There was another example of this. Oh, a 4-bit. 4-bit is also the other one. 4-bit from last unit. 4-bit. Skoshi. Skoshi 4-bit. As opposed to a bit. Prepositional phrase. I think that's a great example of English colloquialism. Colloquialism.
花火
Hanabi.
花火は綺麗ですね。
Okay.
花火花火は
wa kirei desu ne.
綺麗ですね。
Ooh, you know, they didn't stick in a na. They didn't stick in a na particle here, but what could we add to this? Hanabi wa kirei. What kind of noun could we add to this? Or we could add 2 adjectives, I suppose, instead.
花火は綺麗ですね。
To reinforce the last unit's thing. Okay.
7月はよく海に行きます。
7月。
7月はよく海に行きます。
Oh my gosh. It's shichiji all over again. Shichigatsu wa yoku umi ni ikimasu. Shichigatsu wa yoku umi ni ikimasu. Yoku umi ni ikimasu. Shichigatsu. Okay.
7月
July. Oh, well, that unlocks a whole can of worms. Nice. Okay. In July, I often go to the beach. You can guess the other 11? Yeah, sure.
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
I heard shichigatsu.
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。いつも7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
横浜に行きます。
横浜に行きます。7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
7月はとてもいつも7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
来週の天気はどうですか？
来週の天気はどうですか? Oh yeah. Yep, they did introduce the rest. So 来週. So we're gonna have like 来週, my shoe, etc. Well, I'm kind of curious if they're gonna go even one step further. We'll see. Since we already have kyo, right? Like ashita. Hey, so how is next week's weather? How is next week's weather? Yeah, Sanhi, sure. Sanhi this, Sanhi that. 来週の天気はどうですか?
来週は夏休みですね。どこに行きますか？
Interesting. That's a nice phrase. 来週花 Wait, so 来週は夏休みですね. Wait. 夏休み. Oh, interesting. At least we learned something about that too. Okay. So what are my responses? 来週は夏休みですね. どこに行きますか? We have a location. An activity. 友達 Oh, interesting. 友達とプールに行きます. That seems reasonable. Ooh. 美容院はどこですか? From last unit. 病院はどこですか? I'm going to the pool with friends. Summer break is long. Oh, yeah. Nagai is one that is not used as much. From 2 units ago. 2 units. Okay. Natsu.
Natsu.
Literally don't know this one without the kanji. Interesting. That's a rarity. Hmm.
休みは長いです。
Natsu yasumi wa nagai desu. Nagai desu. Maybe? Shichi katsu. Shichi katsu.
7月。よく、
Yoku.
よく。
Oh, actually. Yes. Yoku.
は、
Yes. Topic. Needs a topic marker. 7月。7月はよく
海
海
に
に
行きます。
行きます。Yeah, good enough. Off
9
we go.
月。
Oh. Wait, did you say kugatsu?
9月。
Yep, they're reintroducing this too. This is introduced again because even though we got gatsu, kugatsu is not kyugatsu. So they're reintroducing kugatsu like kuji to tell you that it's different. Yasumi,
休み。
shinbun,
新聞。
i,
日。
shichigatsu,
7月。
and then kugatsu.
9月。 9月。
Hooray, we now get to deal with how horrible months' names are in English. Oh. Lotus, do you do programming at all? Do you do programming languages at all? This topic comes up a lot, but I'm farming for a very specific case, so I'm curious. SoCal would I would be able to say something to SoCal because he SoCal is doing something in IT and he's learning Python right now. You're the inventor of 3 programming languages? Okay, so fill me out here. Fill me out. If you're the inventor of 3 programming languages, generally you probably wouldn't say how horrible months' names are in English. I'm just kidding. I'm when you said horrible month names, I started thinking about this is unrelated, by the way. I was throwing a left curveball about how the month format is. If you know what I mean, the month format. What is the English month names? Like, what I mean is, what is the etymology for English month names? January, February, March. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know what the etymology of English month names are. Google Translate said 6 gatsu. Shut up. 6 gatsu. That's hilarious. I could see that actually. Odok. Odokatsu. That's hilarious. Odokatsu. I do agree though. They used to make sense and then the Romans messed them up. Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to write a note to myself so that I can digress about this tomorrow, about why our months are so screwed up, right? Why English months are so screwed up. Oct 8 October equals 10. Oh, that's so true. I know about this. And then the November and December, oh my gosh, like it's offset by 2. I know. Yeah, November. I totally get what you mean. And then the September, yeah. Yeah, the endings, dude. I totally remember this. I forgot about it though. And Julius Augustus, yeah, Julius and Augustus. Fair, that makes sense. The offset by 2 because of Julius and Augustus. Well played. I was gonna make a programming joke. The programming joke is that we just use numbers. If you know what I mean. The programming joke was, well, in the end of the day, we just use numbers, but hear me out. Then people are going to complain or talk about how the English number format for dates and times are different from other people's number formats. And then we go into another rabbit hole about how numbers are arranged. That's where I was going. But it all starts with if you guys do programming languages. I wonder if any language has had that idea. Wait, you want to know something wild? If you know the other Japanese days of the week? Wait, which one's an interesting idea? Just using numbers? Or... I don't know the other days of the week. It's just Doyobi and Nichiyobi still. So I do not yet. You can feel free to share, I suppose. I won't be able to resonate with it since I have not received the other days of the week yet. I've seen their kanji here and there. Doyobi is Saturn. I see. Does Saturn have anything to do with dirt? And then Nichiyobi, okay, done. But does Saturn have anything to do with dirt? We talked about this, Lotus and a bunch of others. It came up more than once. Does Saturn have anything to do with dirt? I don't have anything for Sunday. Sunday is just Sunday. Nichiyobi is just Nichiyobi. I have no comment about Nichiyobi.
9月
Kugatsu.
9月
Okay. Asakusa. Asakusa's come back. Review exercise. Oh, it's just a review exercise. It's fine. That doesn't count. It's a review exercise. Asakusa. Where is Asakusa? Asakusa.
は近い
Chikai. Oh, they went with Chikai.
ですか
Fall. Aki. We're getting all the kisetsu. 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 Kisetsu.
秋
Aki. Voodoo. Kumori. Oh, I get it. Kumo, cloud. Oh, it actually sounds like cloudy. That's funny. It's probably a coincidence, but still. Kumori. Kumo. Kumo is cloud. If you do the other 5 to stellar objects, they all correspond to the same ones in land. Oh, okay. Kumo is also spider. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Hi.
秋が好きです
Aki. Aki ga suki desu. Oh, I can get behind this. I do like the fall. I am a fan of the fall. For a lot of cumulative reasons, more reasons than not. I like fall, autumn. Is there a separate word for autumn? Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus. I see. Fair enough. Kumori.
曇り
Kumori.
明日は曇りです。
We're getting close to Fuyu. Fuyu is coming up. Hence the melted snowman for Hadu. 明日は曇りです。曇りです。曇り
明日は曇りです。
曇り ?Okay. 明日は曇りです。Tomorrow will be cloudy.
9月は時々暑いです。
9月は9月は時々暑いです。暑い。Okay. September is sometimes a
暑い。暑い。
暑い。September is sometimes a hot. Okay. 9月。
9月。
9月はよくどこに行きますか？
9月はよくどこに行きますか？ In September, where do you go? Where do you often go? Japanese exclusive calls Chinese cause that Japanese days of the weeks are silly. Oh, I see. That's fair. Gotta take what's useful, right? Pick and choose. Integrate. A little from column A, a little from column B.
今晩浅草に行きます。
Oh, hey.
今晩。
Konban. At least now we know konbanwa, where the wa was a modifier.
今晩。
Konban.
今晩。
A lot of times units aren't consistent between Chinese and Japanese. Yeah, I can imagine that. Konban. Konban. Asakusa ni ikimasu. Konban Asakusa ni ikimasu. I'm going to Asakusa this evening. Oh yeah, that's right, because they like the ends when there's a predicate like this.
今晩。
Konban. So, does that suggest? I think I know what the next one is. Let's guess. Kon asa.
今晩新しいレストランに行きます。今晩。
What?
今晩新しいレストランに行きます。新しいレストランに行きます。今晩新しいレストランに行きます。今晩新しいレストランに行きます。
Okay.
毎週コンサートに行きます。
コンサート。コンサート。Okay. コンサート。I approve. it would make way too much sense for it to be Konasa. Yeah. It would, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Again, this is about guessing, guys. You're spoiling a 1,000-year-old language. The idea is for the discovery. This is a video game, after all. Since I'm not learning Japanese. What do you guys think this is? Duolingo doesn't teach me Japanese, okay? It's called pattern recognition. I'm playing a video game. Stop it. Stop spoiling the video game. I don't like backseat gaming. Get back into the closet. Get back into your coin locker. Coin locker. 毎週コンサートに行きます。I go to concerts. Oh, sorry. I go to concerts every week. Aki wa yoku コンサートに行きますか? Boy, would it be? Oh no, I don't think they could do it. If they put Miku in the middle, that would have been pretty meme. Just give her like cyan ponytails or pigtails, you know, very very long pigtails. Aki wa yoku コンサートに行きますか? What are our other choices? 病院 that would be interesting. 病院 that would be interesting. 冷蔵庫go to a washing machine. And engineer. Okay. Tokoru. Oh, Tokoru. Whoops, what am I saying? Tokoru. Tokoro. My bad. Tokoro. Place. Hare. Whoops. Wait, hare. Whoa. For a moment there, I thought I heard kare. Kumori. Postcard. Going down. And then keisatsu. Did they localize the pictures? I don't know. No idea. I mean, it's pretty generic, really. In the fall, I often go to concerts. I don't. It's been a while since I've been to a concert. Aki wa yoku コンサートに行きます。 I'm going to a new restaurant this evening.
今晩
本番新しい
新しい
レストラン、レストラン
レストラン
に
行
行き
きます
ます。
行きます行
Can
き
you
ます
get in there, please? Thanks. Okay. There it is. Oh, wait, not yet. There's Huyu and Yuki. Oh, yeah, and there's Yuki. Another throw from the outside. Yuki, and then Samui. Samui.
寒い
Samui. Going up. Samui.
今日は寒いですか？
今日は寒いですか? Will today be cold? 今日は寒いですか? Oof. For a moment there, I thought that looked like a goblin, but that's just icicles hanging from the ears. 今日はとても寒いです。
寒い、
早い、fast. 晴れ hot or hot as in temperature hot. And then Atsui. Oh, sunny, sorry. Hare is sunny. And then Atsui is hot. As in temperature hot. Atsui is hot. Hare is sunny. Fuyu.
冬
冬はよく山に行きます。
冬はよくwait. 冬はよく山に行きます I guess for skiing, I suppose. To go skiing. Lodge, cabin, hot cocoa. I see cocoa already. I see cocoa. That does make you think of cocoa. Localized, I suppose. I often go to the mountains. Oh, I want it in front. In winter, I often go to the mountains. Neato. In the winter. I think I might get slapped with an article check there. Yuki.
雪
Yuki. Oh, it's going up. Yuki. Sure.
今日東京は雪です。
今日東京今日東京は雪です。雪です。Tokyo will be snowy today. I mean, you could put it in the front. Snowy. 今日は
雪
雪です。今日は雪です。We have Sarada. Sarada. Okay. Don. And man, they really like to stick in the daguchi. Or deguchi, sorry, deguchi. Exit, deguchi.
ココアが欲しいです。
Oh, cocoa. There it is, cocoa. Cocoa ga hoshii desu. Fair enough. I want some cocoa. I want cocoa is fine, but this is English colloquialism. I like taking some medicine. Take medicine.
ココア、
Cocoa
ココアはありますか？ココアは
wa
あり
arimasu
ま
ka?
すか？
That's a fair question.
ココアはありますか？
明日温泉に行きます。
Ashita onsen. Oh, hey, that's a word
Onsen.
I'm familiar with. Onsen. Onsen ni ikimasu. I have actually been to a hot spring, but not in the place that most people would commonly think of. And by that I mean not Japan. Also, not the United States. Onsen. Went to a place, I think it was, the place was called, Rara Nui? Maybe? Hang on. It might be not pronounced properly. I want to say it's Rapa Nui. Rapa Nui. Rapa Nui. Oh, yeah. Or maybe even might not have been Rapa Nui. It might have been somewhere in the South Island now that I think about it. Rapa Nui was really interesting. Steam comes directly from the ground. I hear Iceland has great onsen spring, hot springs. I see. That I believe that. Yeah, Rapa Nui in New Zealand, like steam practically comes out of the ground. When you like walk around, the floor is hot. Like even the paved roads are hot. It's kind of like like if you wanted to go to an onsen, there's very specific places in Japan that are geothermically active places that you can go to. I think it might be the one that I'm thinking of is in the Kyushu region, I think. Probably the Kyushu region. Yeah, geothermically active places. It's kind of very sus, but you know. Yeah. When I remember arriving on a bus with like everyone, and Rapa Nui was basically it smelled like sulfur. Sulfur. Lots and lots of sulfur in the air. You kind of get used to it. It smells like rotten eggs, basically, right? That sulfur smell. Ashita onsen. Ashita onsen ni ikimasu. I am. Oh, of course. I'm going to a hot spring. See you tomorrow. tomorrow. I'm going to the hot spring. Ran out. I'm going to a hot spring tomorrow.
来週家族と温泉に行きます。来週
家族と 温泉
温泉に
に
行き
行き
ま。
ますす。
来週家族と温泉に行きます。
来週家族と温泉に行きます。お菓子。
お菓子。
今
今日
ここ
こ
は
こは
建物
建物
and 大丈夫。大丈夫。
大丈夫。
大丈夫。man, it's gone. 大丈夫。
冬はよくどこに行きますか？
Okay. 冬はよくどこに行きますか？ Where are we going? Where are we going? Let's see. 家族と温泉に行きます。Solid. このデザートはいくらですか？ How much is this dessert? Okay. On snowy days, I often eat warm udon. Oh yeah, I can get behind that. I was actually doing that earlier. Like on rainy days, I would eat ramen or some sort of soup noodle. I said that earlier. Like, oh yeah, you can double, and then you can put in yoku, and like doki doki. There are lots of expressions that can be used here. Excellent. So, on snowy days, okay. So we have yuki,
雪
no,
の
hi,
よく
yoku. Oh, does that also? Oh yeah.
温かい
Atatakai udon. Udon
うどん
を
を食べます
Oh, wait.
は
Yes. 雪の日はよく温かいうどんを食べます。Hi, baby cakes. Hello, Cozy. Baby cakes. Where'd that come from? Okay. I'm going to a hot spring tomorrow. So, onsen. No. 明日温泉に行きます。明日温泉に行きます。Okay, so we gotta set up our kanji so that we can fill up. So we're gonna rapidly try to complete all our kanji sections again, because now they're all refreshed, and we'll see if there's anything new in our kanji section. We only got one? Only one in all of Unit 8. Come on, Duolingo, don't do this to me. Duo, you could have at least given me 3 or 4. 5. I would even take 5. Maybe even 7. 1? Only got Gatsu. Feels bad, man. Okay. Anyways. 5 hearts. No problems. Let's go. Only one kanji. Okay. On sunny days, I hang out with friends. How did I screw this up? The wa particle. That's exactly what I remembered on the last prompt. I wad myself. I think. Okay.
晴れ
Hare
の
no
日
i
は
wa 友達
友達と
と遊
遊びます
びます。
よくどんなコンサートに行きますか？
よくどんな Oh hey. I love this. Ah, these are getting fun. よくどんなコンサートに行きますか？ What kind of concerts you go to? You often go to. What kind of concerts do you often go to? Okay. Aki wa yoku コンサートに行きますか？
コンサート
コンサートに行きますか？病院 again, really weird. Oh, these are the same choices. Engineer and 冷蔵庫冷蔵庫冷蔵庫 I swear. Swear, man. 冷蔵庫 The fridge. Oh, and I think I accidentally said washing machine the last time. Again, fridge. And 冷蔵庫
来週も雨ですか？
来週も雨ですか？ Okay. Will next week be rainy? Okay. Also, don't get mold. Will next week also be rainy? 来週も雨ですか？今日はとても寒い。寒い。寒い。
寒い
Okay. 寒い。I was going high-low. 寒い。That sounds better. 寒いです。Like, 早い。寒い。早い。寒い。Oh, here it is too. 早い。早い。寒い。あれ、暑い。Oh no, 暑い。Or it could be 暑い。
暑い
Up down. High low.暑い。寒い。早い。早い。
明日はまだ寒いですか？
明日は明日はまだ。Oh, hey, まだ。明日はまだ寒いですか？ Will tomorrow still be cold? Mada. Don't get mada either. Mada still not as scary as Motown gets a lot of visitors more than Mada.
春はよくどこに行きますか？春
Wait. Haru
は
wa
どこ
doko
に
ni. Wait.
春はよくどこに行きますか？よく
Yok doko ni
行きますか？
ikimasu.
春はよくどこに行きますか？
Haru wa yok doko ni ikimasu ka?
春はよくどこに行きますか？
Okay. In the spring, where do you often go?
土曜日も晴れです。
土曜日も春です。Okay. 土曜日も春です。Saturday will also be 春です。
今日東京は晴れじゃないです。東京
Whoops.
東京
I heard. Wait. Wait.
今日
東
東京
京
今日東京は晴れじゃないです。
Wow, that sounds so weird.
今日東京は晴れじゃないです。は
晴れ
晴れじゃないです。今日東京は晴れじゃないです。
京都 oh wow, that's so weird. I see what they're doing here. It's so funny because Kyoto, right? Kyoto wait, Kyoto yeah, Kyoto wa hara janai desu. Oh my gosh, that's almost a wordplay. Kyoto wa hara janai desu. That's so funny. Sorry.
今日東京は晴れじゃないです。
Okay.
寒い日はよくどこに行きますか？
寒い日 Oh really? 寒い日 Okay. 寒い日はよくどこに行きますか？よく友達と暖かいカフェに行きます。That's reasonable. Mew. Oh, QQ was Mew. QQ 社をお願いします。
今日東京は曇りです。
Why do you keep saying that? Stop saying that.
今日
東京 Wait.
今日東京は曇りです。は曇り
です。
です。
Again, 今日東京は曇りです。
今日大阪はまだ暑いですね。
Okay, I'm okay with that. Thanks.
今日
大阪
大阪は
And I probably forgot the rest.
今日大阪はまだ暑いですね。まだは
Wait.
今日大阪はまだ暑いですね。
まだ暑い暑い ですね。
ですね。今日大阪はまだ暑いですね。
Alright, 15 minutes of solitude. Let's go. Let's get all the new lessons. We've added new lessons. You can practice the meaning and pronunciation of kanji in full words. Practicing full words is important because the kanji meaning can change depending on the word. On its own, oh, hey. Nice.
山口
Wait, Tanaka.
田中
Oh, man. I'm excited.
山口
What did they change?
山口
Let's find out. What?
田中
Okay, hold up.
中山3山口2
Okay.
山口
Oh, okay.
山口
Stop it. Okay.
田中山口田中1 3中山口田中中
Interesting.
2
So they're also reinforcing
山口
the kana in sound.
1
I wonder
田
what.
中
I wonder how
中
they're
山
gonna change it for later. Oops.
山口
Oh my goodness.
2
That is so interesting.
田中
That's so awesome.
中山
Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
1山口
So now they're reinforcing the sound with the kanji and skipping over the kana. That's funny. That's so cool. All right. Oh, what are the new lessons here? Okay. Nakayama. Tokyo.
東京
Okay. Nakayama.
中山
Nakayama. Sure.
中山
Tokyo.
中山
Nakayama.
私
Watashi.
山口
1.
1東京
Tokyo.
中山
Nakayama. Naka.
山
Tokyo.
東京
Cool.
中山
Nakayama.
中山
Oh, this is still relatively easy for me, but still.
中山
Because I already did this before. Manually.
Tanaka.
Tanaka.
東京
Tokyo.
1
1.
山口 東京
Tokyo.
京
Whoops.
都
Tokyo. Tanaka. 1. Oops. Oh.
1
1. Tokyo.
東京
Nakayama.
中山
Watashi. Oh, but I don't get to write them. So I'm a little worried that I don't get to write them too.
中
Naka. It's
Yama.
probably just the new lessons. These are the new lessons. The new type of lessons.
私
Watashi.
東京
Tokyo.
3
San.
山口
Yamaguchi.
中山
Nakayama. Nice. Cool. They just got added. The everything. All these are new lessons. They extended it, so it's no writing. These have less writing, unfortunately. Tokyo.
東京
So I haven't done any writing yet.
私
Watashi. So they're linking kana with their kanji more aggressively. And then they're linking the sound with the kanji more aggressively now. On the new lessons.
私
The new types of lessons. So it's more translating, more kana to translating, more sound to kanji.
私
Watashi,
Tokyo,
Tokyo, San,
山
Yamaguchi,
口
中山。
私。
私。
私。私。
Okay. 東京。
東京。私。私。私。
3。
山
山口。
口。1。
1。
東
東京。
東京。
Okay.
東。東京。3。
3。
東京。
2。私。中山。ええ私。
私。
That's awkward. That type of line. All these are, actually, most of these are new.
東京。
東京。
1。
1。
2。
2。
私。
私。
中山。
中山。Sure. Okay. I gotta finish all of these. What's the next one? Kyoto. Why does that look kind of weird? It's kind of fat. What the heck? That icon was kind of fat. Nihon?
日本。
Okay. Kyoto.
京都。
Okay. Kyoto.
京都。
Nihon. Oh, and it's bringing, oh, it's cumulative.
田中。
Tanaka,
東京。
Tokyo,
山口。
Yamaguchi,
日本。
Kyoto.
京都。京都。
Ooh.
京。
Kyoto.
と。
Nihon,
日本。京都。
Kyoto.
京都。
Oh, this is so much more engaging too.
山口。
Although I still miss writing
日
Nihon.
本。
They probably kept the other ones. It's just these are all the new ones, so it only lands on the new lessons until we can bootstrap.
京都。
Kyoto.
中山。 田中。
Tanaka.
日本。
Nihon.
日本。
Nihon.
京都。
Kyoto.
山口。
Yamaguchi.
東京。
Tokyo.
日
Nihon.
本。
Nakayama.
中山。
Kyoto. Kyoto again.
京都。
Alright.
田中。
Tanaka.
京都。
Kyoto.
中山。
Nakayama.
東京。
Tokyo.
日本。
Nihon. Okay. Yo. Let's get all of them. Chichi. Okay. Haha.
母。
Chichi.
父。
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's doing all of the steps.
私。
Watashi,
San.
son.
母。
Aha. Ichi.
父。
Chichi. So
父。
all of them. That's
Chichi.
awesome.
父。
Cool.
母。
Aha.
父。父。
Okay.
一。
Ichi.
父。
Aha.
母。私。
Watashi. Son.
三。
Okay.
母。
Aha.
母。
Okay.
母。
Aha.
二。
Ni. San.
三。
Chichi.
父。
Watashi.
私。
Okay.
Chichi.
Chichi. Okay.
一。
Ichi.
私。
Watashi.
三。
Son.
父。
Chichi.
母。
Haha. Okay. Cool. All right. Yon. Go.
五。
Yon.
四。
Yon again.
四。
Go. Ni. Watashi. Go. Yon.
四。
Each.
四。
Yon.
四。
Okay. Go.
四。
Yon.
四。一。
Ichi.
五。
Go.
私。
Watashi. Yon.
父。
Chichi.
五。
Go.
五。五。
Go.
私。
Watashi.
一。
Ichi.
三。
San.
四。
Yon. 4?
4、
え
3、5、2、母、
Nice. Last one. Nok. 7.
7、
Nok.
6、7、
Oh, sorry.
6、
Roku. Nana. I almost screwed up there.
6、
Roku.
7、
Nana.
2、
1.
1、
4.
4、6、
Roku.
6、7、6、6、6、
Nok.
7、
7. 2. 5.
3、
3.
7、
7.
7、7、6、
6.
4、
4.
7、
7. 5. 3.
3、
6.
6、6、1、5、7、3、6、
Oh, this is so addicting. Alright, now we gotta go to our next set. I have practiced 0 writing, unfortunately, because of the new set. Mimasu. Hon.
本、
For books.
見ます、
Mimasu.
見ます、
Hon.
本、
Hon.
見ます、
4.
4、
Chichi.
父、
Go.
見ます、
Yeah, so it's cumulative now.
み
That's awesome.
見ます、
Oh, whoops. Oh. Whoops. I clicked on the wrong thing. It's awesome that it's cumulative now.
本、
Everything is cumulative.
見ます、
Sweet.
7、
That's another concern I had.
本、
So, it basically
読み
reformed
ます、
the...
見ます、
I can't talk
Yum.
and do this at the same time,
Hom.
but they addressed another concern I had by coincidence.
本、本、母、
Although now there's a chance that I won't get enough writing practice in, so I'll probably have to do the writing myself. Just like the kana.
日本、
Nihon,
中山、
Nakayama,
本、
Hon,
見ます、
Imasu. Maybe they removed how random it is. If they remove the random and just have it bootstrap, then I could see not having a problem with that.
ます、
え
5、読みます、本、田中、
Oops.
田中、見ます、
え
見ます、見ます、
Yeah, this could be a little... Hopefully it's not random, so I can get all these things. Different meanings. Yeah, so now they have a lesson on different meanings where Nihon and then Hon becomes books. Yep. So all the stuff that I noticed on my own
日本、
are explained. Who would have
日
thought?
本、
Oh, oops. Kind of hard to talk at the same time. But hang
Nihon.
on. Nihon,
母、
Aha,
中山、
Nakayama,
本、東京、
Tokyo. Okay. Hon,
本、
nice.
日本
Oh, that is weird. Oh no.
に、本、
Oh no.
本、
Okay. Oh, that is weird. Oh no. I'm not sure if I like that.
日本、母、
Uh-huh.
中山、
Nakayama.
本、
Hon.
山、
Yamaguchi. Okay. Books. Hon.
本、
I don't know how I feel about that one. And then they're reinforcing. Sure. Watch. Yomimasu.
読みます、見ます、見ます、
Yomimasu.
母。読みます。6、日本。見ます。見ます。見ます。読みます。見ます。見ます。
山口。
父。読みます。見ます。5、読みます。
読みます。見ます。The text is kind of small though. That's a little problem.
読みます。
5、
本。中山。見ます。見ます。読みます。見ます。日本。京都。田中。
Okay, that's the end of 15. 15 minutes, so I still got the rest to do. Wow. Okay, so what have I learned? So they addressed two things that I had concerns with, but then it also comes down to now I have more concerns, right? So I had concerns, but generally in practice, you know, you can't foresee things. So the one thing that the kanji section that I had a concern with was it didn't track repeated words, right? Or repeated kanji. So they did actually literally explicitly said that now. Where like it can, whoops, that's bad, said. So they explained it explicitly. That kanji can have different meaning but retain the same kanji. It can be pronounced differently and it can still retain the meaning separately too. So different and same meanings, right? So it addressed that, and now they added the section where right here, whenever kanji is used more than once, right? This top one did not do anything, but here we saw that hon, this is the different meaning. Hon in nihon is different from the hon standing alone, right? So they literally explicitly explain why that's there. Also, every single section is cumulative now. Now it does raise a question. I hope it's not random. One of the concerns I had even doing the separate sections is that I can't hit all these kanji like evenly across. Like there's random exposure. So sometimes you'll get like only these two for a whole 15 minutes, right? And now since they're cumulative, the pool got bigger. So the puru got bigger. So now the question is, are they randomizing it or not randomizing it? Because what happens with big pools is that if you're drawing randomly, certain ones may never come up, or they will come up just by chance, not as great, right? Oftentimes I prefer the serial nature, just make sure that it has to be a unique one until it repeats. So what I'm saying is more like the bag situation, right? If you have all the pools of possibilities, if they pick one, this thing is taken out of the pool until it repeats, and then it refills the pool once you encountered all of them. Hopefully that's what they do, in my opinion, personally. Now, what is also new is they did something that I already did myself, which is speech matching speech with kanji or kana. And oftentimes this was not a thing. It was usually the translation or the kana. So oftentimes you're matching kana with kanji, or a translation with the kana, or the translation with the kanji. So in this case, now they have speech matching with the kanji, and that means I had to go from left to right. I have traditionally gone right to left because I'm more concerned with the pronunciation. So I read the kana, I pronounce the kana, or I read the kanji, I pronounce the kanji, and match it with either the kana or the English on the left. Now it's forced me to go this way because they forced the exercise that I already did. So they actually added the exercise that I was already doing to remember kana and not get stuck with like, oh, what is the kana of this kanji? I practice that all the time. I practice the kanji. I mean, I look at the kanji, but I see the kana and I pronounce the kana, as opposed to just look at the kanji and assume you know what the kanji is, right? And that's it. And you lose track of the kana in response. So now they did it where they leaped this, which you could lose the kana, but they added more exercises where you're linking English to kana and kana to kanji and English to kanji. So they've done all the possible permutations. Now the downside, in my opinion, is because of these new exercises, there's a lower emphasis on writing. And that's why I like this section for. So hopefully when I finish all these new ones in the future, it looks like I never got the writing section because it's a unique thing. They're using uniques. Until this bar, this golden thing, is completely full in the entire section, they won't recycle non-uniques yet. So hopefully in another 2 or 3 kanji sections, I'll see what is the frequency of writing sections to these new sections. Because I prefer that they have writing be 70% of the time using this pool system. So if they use 70% of the time using this pool system for writing and then use these every once in a while, that's fine. Personally, I think these are not as... You kind of get these already in the units, in the learn section by association, but you do not get writing. Writing is unique. So I really, really hope that I didn't just lose something in order to gain another thing. I like the writing. I actually think, in my opinion, kanji, those writing section exercises should go into the hiragana and katakana section. And I'm curious now. I don't know they changed the... Just because I didn't use it doesn't mean I don't know they changed this. I'm curious. I'll probably have to do a kana section and a hiragana section in the future and see if they have writing sections on these. I would love to see the kanji section, the writing stuff, be transferred to the hiragana and the katakana section. That would be great. Anyways, that was my 15 minutes. It was up. So let's go back to lesson learning. And we'll do one more lesson after this. Wow. So I have mixed feelings, obviously. Personally, I have mixed feelings. I love this section because it was constant drilling on writing. And writing kanji, in my opinion, with all the being blasted by the same word over and over again, associates the kana with the writing. And yeah, everything's cumulative. I'm apprehensive about everything being cumulative. It's kind of nice at the same time, as long as it's a pool, unique pool system. Like you pull samples out and not return them to the pool until everything's hit. Otherwise, the randomizer is going to make you have weak points. There are going to be a lot of weak points in your thing because randomization is not the same as everything's even. I had an argument about this before, or had a debate with someone about like, oh, not true randomization and stuff. Like, well, I prefer just non-overlapping redundant system. So in the end, it ends up like even distribution, like everything gets hit at the same time. That is not random distribution. That is organized distribution. And also random distribution has clustering. Stochasticity is not like, oh, you flipped 100 coins and you expect 50-50. It will gravitate towards it, but in small batches, like when you're doing from time to time, like say you only have time to do kanji 20 times. Each day is gonna vary dramatically. If you lump all the days together, maybe you'll get even distributions for them, but your mood will change differently as well. So I still favor the going through it in a fixed pool versus picking randoms. By chance, you might not ever see one of these. So, and then there'll be a weak spot, and I don't like that personally. So there are a lot of new ones. Interesting. And they're not distributed. So when you finish a previous kanji, if that kanji shows up again, it doesn't actually affect the progress on that kanji. Interesting. And then we got one kanji today. We didn't even get to the new kanji because of the new overhaul. Yep. Anyways, pretty cool. It was way more than I thought. So we have 3 practice exercises and I get to do the kanji one more time. We'll wait on the newest one, which is Gatsu. Okay. These are practice exercises. So we'll do this. Okay. What do we have? Tsukino. Yeah, that's fine. They grouped it together. It's okay. 来週、ご両親、どの、okay. And aircon. Okay.
Naomi.
Can I use keyboard inputs? No. Naomi's son. Raishu.
Oyogimasu.
いいえ、エアコンはありません。
No, I don't have an air conditioner. 次のバスはもうすぐ来ます。
来週新しいスマホを買います。
I'm going to buy a new smartphone next week. Does the next bus go to Osaka?
次
の
バス
は大阪に
行きます
か。
ご両親の電話番号をお願いします。
お願いします。Okay. I need your parents' phone number, please. don't have an air conditioner. エアコンはありません。
次のバスは大阪に行きますか？
Does the next bus go to Osaka? Where do your parents live? ご両親に住んでいますか？
ご両親
は
に住んでいますか？
Oh, where?
どこ
はどこ
は
どこに住んでいますか？
エアコンはありません。
エアコンはありません。I don't have an air conditioner.
どのぐらいかかりますか？
どのぐらいかかりますか？ Oh, I forgot about using dono in that way. How much time? Yes. About how long? How much time? 5分ぐらいかかります。Yeah, that works.
ご両親はどこに住んでいますか？ご両親は
に住んでいます。
ご両親はどこに住んでいますか？どこに住んでいますか？
次は東京駅です。
次は東京駅です。どのぐらいかかりますか？ That's not right. このwait. このカバンはOh no. My bad. Wait, どのぐらいかかりますか? Oh, how long is this going to take? Fair enough. That's saying this bag is very old.
ナオミさん、来週泳ぎますか？
来週 Oh wait.
来週、ナオミさん、来週泳ぎますか？ナオミさん、来週。
What? 来週。
ナオミさん、来週泳ぎますか？
泳ぎますか？
ナオミさん、来週泳ぎますか？
ぐらいかかりますか？ something ぐらいかかりますか？どの10分ですか？どこ何I mean ゴロ駅のホラー今日
ホラー映画が好きです。エリカさんは？
I like horror movies. And you, Erica? Ooh, these are new ones from last one. So, 今日休みます。今日の
休みます
Oh, no.
の少し
今日少し休みます。Yeah.
週末は友達とホラーアニメを見ます。
週末は友達とホラーアニメを見ます。Okay. I watch anime with my friends. With friends. Okay. They want it in the front on weekends. On weekends, I watch anime with friends. Oh, wait. I'm going. No, wait. Oh, I forgot horror. Horror anime with friends.
私もイギリスの映画を見ます。私も
イギリス
の
映画
を見ます。
よく日本の恋愛ドラマを見ます。
Okay. I often watch Japanese romance dramas. It's a transfer to Kyoto Station. 乗り換えは京都駅ですか？
今日ちゃんと朝ごはんを食べます。
今日ちゃんと Oh, yeah, this is from our last unit too. 今日ちゃんと朝ごはんを食べます。So, I'll make sure to. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's not a question. I'll make sure to eat breakfast today. Okay. 毎日2時頃テニスをします。Okay.
毎日2時頃テニスをします。
京都駅はとてもいいですね。
Okay. Kyoto Station is very nice, isn't it? Okay. It's the transfer Shibuya Station. 乗り換えは渋谷駅ですか？ I said it and now I can't find it. Okay.
乗り換えは渋谷駅ですか？
私もホラーゲームが好きです。
私もホラーゲームが欲しいです。Or no, 好きです。私もホラーゲームが好きです。I like horror. I also like horror games. I watch British drama every day. 毎日イギリスのドラマを見ます。Okay.
毎日イギリスのドラマを見ます。
毎日11時半ごろ朝ごはんを食べます。
Okay, fine. I eat breakfast around 11:30 every day. Yeah. 毎日11時半ごろ朝ごはん を食べます。Right.
今日ちゃんと薬を飲みます。
Okay. I will make sure I'll make sure to take some medicine today. 今日ちゃんと薬今日ちゃんと薬を飲みます。
12時半ごろ昼ご飯を作ります。
Yeah, okay. I make her 昼ご飯 lunch around 12:30. 12時半ごろ昼ご飯を作ります。Okay. Alright, we're gonna get to the other kanji. I'm like incredibly pumped from the kanji. My mind's kind of going in overdrive at the moment. Interestingly enough.
明日空手をします。
明日空手をします。明日空手をします。
します。
Oh, it's stuck. Hey.
します。
よく something to eat を食べます。What do we have? 毎日このピザ屋に行きます。So pizza. Yeah, I mean the other choices are nonsensical. So, casa. It would be nice. I think Duolingo is perfectly allowed to put in 4 different food items or 3 different food items and then contextually add a second sentence. Maybe in the future. They might do this in the future. I don't know. Contextually add what type of food in the second statement so that you can figure out the first statement. Although, in a way, that can be worse as informative because you're looking for pizza, right? Then people could fall into the pattern of looking for the answer in the other sentence. It's a mixed bag. There's obviously pros and cons to both approaches. But I just noticed that after I said it, I'm like, there is a big con. If they read pizza, right, you can probably infer that it's pizza.
この明るいリビングはいいですね。この
something living
この明るいリビングはいいですね。
明るい
リビング
はいいですね。
いいですね。この明るいリビングはいいですね。
この明るいリビングはいいですね。
このバスは横浜に行きます。
このバスは横浜に行きます。Okay. This bus goes to Yokohama. Sure. And 冷蔵庫が欲しいです。どのくらいかかりますか Fair enough. Fair question. Sure. Q. Yeah, I do this from right to left. Most of the time. Kitchen. Kind of hard. Mystery. Kipu. Oh no, kyo. Just kidding. Eki.
はい、少し具合が悪いです。
はい。少し。Excuse me?
はい、少し具合が悪いです。
具合が悪いです。
具合です。
具合が悪いです。 I spent at least the last 2 or 3 days working on this. Gurai ga warui desu. Kind of pays off, right? Hai, hai, skoshi gurai ga warui desu. Right?
9時頃シャワーを浴びます。
9時頃はシャワーを浴びます。Oh yeah, the 浴びます thing. So shower を浴びます。The special case. I shower. I shower around 9 時 9 o'clock. I take a shower. That's right. Although they do accept I shower around 9 o'clock. So Duo does take, or take as an alternative answer. I shower around 9 o'clock. But I take a shower around 9 o'clock, which helps with figuring out shower o abimasu. Konnichiwa. Tanaka Ken-san oimasu. Which this one is also a single use case for the time being at the moment.
こんにちは。田中健
Oh no, wait.
と言います。
You don't introduce yourself with an honorific. Whoops. Yeah. こんにちは。田中健と言います。Although, I guess, in this case, I don't know if it's ever used in the third person. I'll have to look that up.
毎朝8時にラジオを聞きます。
毎朝8時にラジオを聞きます。I listen to the radio at 8 o'clock every morning. 毎朝。Sure. What comes soon? 次のバスはもうすぐ来ます。
乗り換えは渋谷駅ですか？
乗り換えは渋谷駅ですか？ Is the transfer Shibuya Station. When will the next train come? 次の電車はいつ来ますか？次の電車はいつ来ますか？ Alright, our 15 minutes. Let's go see if other kanji stuff. Alright, let's go. G? 10 G. The text is so big and then it's so small. G again. 10 7 時 10時 7 G. That's a lot of G's. G. Okay. 10 G. 4 7 G. 10 5 G.
5時
Okay.
10
10
6
10 4
10時。
10時。
じ。G again.
5。
5。
10。
10。
7。
7。
じ。
じ。
6。
6。Alright. 7時。12。
12。
7時。
7時。
7時。Stop.
7時。
Stop doing that. 12。5
5
時。
時。
3時。
6時。
Oh, 6時. Yeah.
7時。
7時. Oh, they included all the times now.
12。
12. Okay.
7時。
Sure.
7時。
12。
12。 7時。
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 2
2
時。
時。7時。
7時。6
6
時。
時。12。
3
3
時。
時。12。
12。
12。
6
6
時。
時。
12。
3
3
時。
時。
7時。
7時。
1
1
時。
時。え
7時。
え
3時。
3時。
11。
11。
12。
12。
1時。
1時。Oh, whoops.
1時。
My bad.
7。
11。2. Whoops. 12. Alright. Different pronunciation. Oh, yeah. Now they're talking about different pronunciation. Yes. As well. So, all of the above.
10。7。
So,
7
7
時。7。
So they're deliberately doing nana
7。
and shichiji back and shichiji back and forth. Yeah. Got
7
it.
時。
Fair enough.
7。7。
Which we did manually.
7。
So we did
7
manually.
時。
So
7
it's
時。
not a big deal. Already did
7
this
時。
on its own.
10時。
Juji.
5。
Go.
7。
Nana.
6。
Nope. Yeah.
7時。
It's always in the same
7時。
group.
東京。
Tokyo.
11時。
え
7時。
え
6。
Yep.
7。
え
7。7。
So they're grinding that in too.
7時。4。
4.
7。
7.
6。
6.
5時。
5.
7時。
Yep.
7時。
7.
7。
Okay.
7時。
Yep.
5。
Yep.
私。
Mm-hmm.
1時。
Okay. Okay. So they're really grinding the extra ones too. So they made separate lessons for all the recurring ones. Ji. 8.
8。じ。
G
Ji.
again. 8.
5。
Go. Whoops.
5。
Why did I click on that? Go.
8。
8.
じ。
G.
7。
7.
2時。
G.
じ。
G
じ。
again. 8.
8。じ。
G.
じ。7。
7.
8。
8. 5. G.
6。8。8。6。
6.
4。
4. 2
2
時。
時。
G. 8
8
Okay.
時6 9時4 8時
Okay. Okay. 12 1時半1時半
1時半
And this is for Han, I suppose.
12
12 12
12
1時半
12
12 2時半
2時半
That's
6
6
時
時
1
1
時半
時半
5
5
時
時
12 12
1時半
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 12
12
12
12 10時2時半
2時半
1時半
1時半
2
2
時
時1時半1時半
半
3時
3時10時1時半
1時半
3時
3
半
時半
12
12 12 12 11 1時半8時2時半
Okay. Okay. Next one. 11 11 9時 Yep.
9時11
11 11
12時
Oops.
11
Just kidding. 9時
11
11 10
10
時
時
6
6
時
時
12
12
9
9
時
時11 11
9時
1時
Oops.
9時11 11
11
9
9
時
時2
2
時
時
10時
10時
11
11
12
12 9時
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 10時
10時
11
11
8
8
時
時
9時
9時
7時
7時
11 Okay.
11
Sure.
10時
10時
6時
6時
9時
9時
5時
5時
11
11 Okay. 9時 Alright. Alright, we're moving on to the next section. Hurui. Atama, atarashi.
新しい
Atarashi.
古い
Hurui.
古い
Atarashi. 10時
10時
古
古
い
い
新しい
新しい
東京
東京
見ま
見ますす古い
古い
古
い新しい
新しい古い
古い
古い
半
古い
古い4
新
新しい
しい
見ます
新しい
新しい
新しい 母、
母。3時。新しい。
古い。
い。見ます。
古い。
い。
見ます。
見ます。
9時。
9時。
11。
11。
古い。
古い。新
新
しい。
しい。
Let's go. 100。1000。
1000。
100。
100。
100。
100。
1000。5。1000。
8。
8。 7。
100。 100。
1000。
1000。 100。
100。
100。
5。 8。 1000。
10。
10。
1000。 1000。
5。 100。 4。 1000。 8。
100。 8。
8。
1000。
1000。
100。
100。
6。
6。
10。
10. Okay. 10. Okay. All right, next one. 7000. 水。
水。
7000.
7000。
7000. 水。 7000.
5000。
2000. 水。5。
7000。 7。 1000。
水。
水。7000。
7000.
7000。
6000. 6000.
4000。
4000.
父。
7000.
水。水。
水。
水。水。
水。5000. 7000. 4000. 7.
7。 1000。 2000。
2000.
本。
本。
水。
水。
7000。
7000.
6000。
6000. 水. Okay. Still got more time. Let's keep going. 7000.
7000。 7000。
Oops.
7000。
That was Shichiji. That was Shichiji.
7。
Shichiji. Yeah, Shichiji.
7時。
7000.
7000。
I see what they're trying to do,
7。
and I screwed up.
7時。5時。
Oops.
7時。7。
7。
6000。
7000.
7000。
7時。
7時。
5000.
7時。
Okay.
7時。9時。
9時。
7時。5。新しい。7000。7000。
え
7000。
7時。
7時。
7000.
7000。
7。 2000.
2000。
5000.
5000。
え
7時。7時。
Okay. 7000.
7時。 7000 7 1 3
Chichiji. Shichiji.
7時
Okay. That's the end of 15. End of 15 minutes. Wow. Okay. Still got some time. Okay. Wait. I guess we keep them uncollapsed. I won't have time to do this again for a third time. Although, see, I don't know if this is going to be the new unit. I think this is a good place to stop for today. Yeah, it's a pretty decent place though. Now let's do one unit. This might be the repeat of the current unit. Let's find out first. I keep forgetting if... Oh no, never... Yeah, it's the repeat of the first unit. The talk about the weather. So let's do the 5 here. I think I can do the 5 pretty quickly. Weather seems to be fairly reasonable. We'll be a little bit more aggressively fast. Since we do or die, 5 hearts. Be a little bit quicker, right?
明日は雨じゃないです。明日は
明日は雨
じゃないです。明日は雨じゃないです。
Yeah. Oh. Tomorrow isn't rainy.
今日は雨です。
今日は雨です。Today will be rainy.
今日の天気はいいです。今日
今日は天気No.
雨
Wait.
今日の天気はいいです。今日の天気はいいです。
今日の天気は
雨
いいです。
今日の天気はいいです。
今日の Wait.
今日の天気はいいです。
今日の天気はいいです。Okay. Today's weather is going to be nice. Today's weather will be nice. You often go to the park. よく公園行きますか？そう、よく公園に行きますか？
毎日公園に行きます。
毎日公園に行きます。
行きますは
just 行きます、I think.
毎日公園に行きます。
毎日公園に行きます。
今日は暖かいです。
今日は暖かいです。暖かいです。Sounds really weird when I say it. Today will be warm.
明日の天気もいいですか？
明
明日
の天気もいいです。
明日の天気もいいですか？
明日の天気もいいですか？
今日は暖かいですね。明日の天気はどうですか？
Okay. So, what is the weather going to be like? Today is hot, isn't it? The person's asking, what is tomorrow going to be like? Yeah. 明日の天気はどうですか？春はよく公園に OK 春はよく公園に行きます。 Go to park. 春はよく Yaku o imasu. Oh, that's a little swap up. Watching baseball. Often watch baseball in the summer. Oh, spring. Ame. Rainy. Jinja. Shrine. Densha. Densha. Rain. And haru. Spring. And jikan. Right. Haru wa atarashi fuku o kaimasu. In the spring, I buy new clothing. I'm going to buy new clothing. Otera, Tim, and Q. Nagai. Long. Tenki. Weather. And ame. Okay. Ame. Well, tomorrow will also be warm. Ashita mo kirei? No, not kirei. It's oh, it's the other one. Oh wait. Oh, warm. Whoops, warm. Atatakai. Atatakai. I could have sworn it also mean. Anyways, atatakai desu ka. Okay, sure. Of course, you would put that in there. Shikaku, which is nearby. And then arerugi. And then haru. Hana. And otera. Ashita wa ame. Ame janai desu. Ashita wa ame. Janai desu. I go to the park every day. Mainichi koen o ikimasu.
Mainichi koen ni ikimasu.
Okay. Sure. Next one. Hi.
海は綺麗ですね。
海は綺麗ですね。海は綺麗
ですね。海は綺麗ですね。
雨の日はアニメを見ます。
雨の日はアニメを見ます。Okay. I watch anime, or on rainy days, I watch anime. Fair enough. 日 In the summer, I often eat ramen, so natsu wa yoku ramen o tabemasu. Where the heck is natsu? Oh.
夏はラーメンを食べます。
Oh wait, hold. I forgot
Yoku.
yoku. That didn't sound right for a moment.
よく
natsu wa yoku ramen o tabemasu.
夏はもうすぐですね。エアコンが欲しいです。来週多分新しいエアコンを買います。
Yeah. This person wants an air conditioner. Fair enough. A cold drink to go to the beach.
夏はよくどこに行きますか？
Her natsu wa yoku doko ni ikimasu. Ka.
夏はよくどこに行きますか？
Yep. 夏はよくどこに行きますか？
この海はとても静かですね。にぎや
ワンダリング
What the... Oh.
ワンダリングパーソンリスパーソンアイスワンダリング
Wait. I don't think that's intentional, is it?
ワンダリングアイスパーソンリス
That's so funny.
パーソンアイスワンダリング
Oh, this is from the English-Japanese thing. The English-Japanese thing. Thanks, guy. I think that's not intentional there, but that's kind of funny.
リス
Isu,
パーソン
ason,
アイス
aisu,
ワンダリング
wanderingu. That's great. Anyways, I don't think that's intentional. Fine. I lost my train of thought. I heard that something was very quiet. Yume. Okay. Yume is quiet. Is also quiet, isn't it? Okay. The person is wondering, why is the beach so quiet? Why is the beach so crowded? No. Oh, Nikiyaka. Oh, Nikiyaka janai desu. It's not crowded. Where's the beach? It's Kono ume wa totemo shizuka desu ne. Nikiyaka janai desu. Why the beach is so crowded? Where's the beach? We're fine. So, Kyo no tenki. Kyo no tenki wa ii desu. Alright. Blank no hi wa steaky desu ne. Steaky desu ne. Okay. Are? Yeah. Are no hi wa steaky desu ne. Good enough. Are no hi wa yoku ume ni ikimasu ka?
Ni.
Umi. I said ume. Eki. 早い。
早い。
あれ？
晴れ。
時間？春。
春。
晴れの日はよくどこに行きますか？山。日曜日。話します。火。水。春。次。ポストカード。近く。海。
夏はいつも父と山に行きます。
Okay, sure. I go to the mountains with my dad in the summer. Itsumo. I always go to the mountains with my dad in the summer. Another correct in the summer. Oh yeah, they accept both. Okay, we tested it. They accept both. In the summer or at the end in the summer. Which personally, the always go to the mountain with my dad is more important to me. But let's try to keep it that way. Okay. Natsu wa yoku よくどこ行きますか？
夏はどこ
に行きますか？よく。
よく。
がよく again. そう。夏はよくどこに行きますか？ On sunny days, I go to the beach. Okay. 晴れ Okay. 晴れの日は海に行きます。Yeah. I don't know why I struggle with that one. That was a little weird. そう。晴れの日は海 sorry, not 海に行きます。Okay. Neat. Let's keep going. I'm going to the pool tomorrow. No. 明日。
暑い。暑い。明日。
プールに行きます。
7月はよく京都に行きます。
7月によくI don't remember.
7月はよく京都に行きます。京都
What? Wait.
7月はよく京都に行きます。7月はよく京都に行きます。7月に
Why do I have ni over here? 7月はよく
7月はよく京都に行きます。
Oh.
行きます。
7月はよく京都に行きます。7月 is July, right? In July, I often go to Kyoto. Fair enough.
7月。
7月。休み。
読み。
What?
読み。
That's no.
読み。休み。
Oh. Wait. Oh.
読み。
Wait. Oh, we can do the. Wait, how does this work? A drink? This is probably drink.
好み。巧み。休み。
It's fine.
休み。
It's fine. We won't know those for a while.
休み。
休み。
7
月。
7月。1月。
1月。
10時。
10時、right?
7日。
7日。Oh boy. Okay.
7月。
It's fine.
夏休みは長いです。
What?
夏休みは長いです。
夏は
夏休みは長いです。休み
Oh. Right. 夏休みは
雨です。夏休みは長いです。
長いです。
です。です。雨、長い。
あ、
です。
long. Okay. 長いです。
夏休みは長いです。夏休みは長いです。
Summer break is long.
4月はいつも横浜に行きます。
Holy, I don't feel like you were talking really rapidly. What the heck? So we have 7月はいつも横浜に行きます。In July, I always go to Yokohama.
7月はよく海に行きます。7月は7月はよく海に行きます。よく海に行きます。7月はよく海に行きます。
7月はよく海に行きます。7月7月はよく海に行きます。
今日は暑いですね。
今日は暑い。今日は暑いですね。暑い。hot. Today is hot, isn't it?
暑いですね。夏休みはもうすぐです。来週プールに行きます。
Interesting. What season is it? Summer. Let's read this though. 暑いですね. It's hot, isn't it? Natsu yasumi. Natsu yasumi wa Mosugu desu. The summer break is happening soon. Summer break is soon. Yeah, summer break is soon. 来週プール行きます。Let's go to the pool next week. Or I'm going to the pool next week. Okay. And the other two are obviously too cold for that. Aki and Fuyu. エリカさんはプールに行きます。
に
Hey H1. Yeah, it's been a few days. How are you?
ナオミさんは私の友達です。今日ナオミさんと花火を見ます。
ナオミさんは私の友達です。Okay, he's watching fireworks with his friend. So, ナオミさんは私の友達です。今日ナオミさんと花火を見ます。So, 友達 is the key word here, as opposed to haha, or actually not really haha. We don't have to. Technically, Duo hasn't allowed us to express his mother yet. I know how to express it, but not yet. And then his brother, technically not either. Interesting. Not yet. 675 days? Congrats, H1. Congrats on 675 days, man. 10分。
10分。
10分。10分。7月。7月。
7月。
日。飲みます。
飲みます。
and 休み。
休み。
休み。休み。花。
花。
早い。
早い。
高い。
高い。
休み。
休み。
山。
山。
Okay. 来週は、あれですか？
来週は晴れ
あれですか？花火は綺麗ですね。
花火は綺麗ですね。
Alright. Cool. 2 more. And we actually ended up doing all 12 of our lessons plus our practical things. Nice. And then we can start with new vocab tomorrow. Neat.
9月。
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 9月。Wait. 9月. Oh, that's right. 9月。
9月。
September. I'm going to a new restaurant this evening. Okay. 今晩新しいレストランをI put it T at the end. レストランを行きます。
今晩レストラン 新しい
レストランに行きます。そう、今晩新しいレストランに行きます。
9月は時々海に行きます。9月は時々海に行きます。9月は時々
I wasn't sure what the location was.
9月は時々海に行きます。
海
に
に
行きます。
Really? Really? 9月?9月は時々海に行きます。
9月は時々暑いです。
9月は時々暑いです。Okay. September is sometimes hot. Fair enough. 暑い。
秋はよくどこに行きますか？
Okay. Aki. Did I hear Aki?
秋はよくどこに行きますか？
秋は
秋はよくどこに行きますか？
よく
どこに
行
行きますか？
が
秋はよくどこに行きますか？
秋によくどこに行きますか？ Where do you often go? In the fall? Or in the fall, where do you go? Where do you often go? The temperature is sometimes hot. Oh, we heard this. 9月 Wait, no. Yes. 9月は時々暑いです。
9月は時々暑いです。
暑い。そう9月は時々暑いです。
秋はよくコンサートに行きます。
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 秋はよくコンサートに行きます。秋はよくコンサートに行きます。
明日は雨ですか？曇りですか？
曇りですか？曇り is cloudy. 曇り。Okay. 明日は雨ですか？ Is it gonna rain? The person's asking about the weather. About tomorrow's schedule, about time. Interesting. Is it gonna Is tomorrow going to be rainy? Is it cloudy?
毎週コンサートに行きます。
毎週コンサート毎週コンサートに行きます。I go to concerts every week. 曇りの日はカフェに行きます。Oh, I see what you did there. Cute. A turn of phrase.
曇りの日
曇りの日は曇りの日は漫画を読みます。漫画を読みます。明日も曇りです。Use 曇り in two different contexts. Sure. 高い。休み。秋。海。ポストカード。Oh, postal card. Right. Post. What am I doing? 9月。日。新聞。7月。I basically almost said family. And then 休み。 Yasumi. Stop doing that. Okay. いつもナオミさんとコンサートに行きます。そう。いつもナオミさんと
コンサート
に
行きます。
I'm going to Asakusa this evening. Okay. 今晩浅草に行きます。
今晩浅草に行きます。
今晩友達と渋谷に行きます。
今晩友達と渋谷に行きます。
We are laser focused today. Okay. One more.
冬はいつもアニメを見ます。
冬 Okay. 冬はアニメを見ます。I think I might have skipped something.
冬はいつもアニメを見ます。
いつも冬はアニメ。冬はいつもアニメを見ます。I always watch anime in the winter. Or in the winter, I always watch anime. Yuki. Snowy. Tokoro. Place. 早い。ココア。今日。
冬はよく公園に行きます。
冬は公園に行きます。
よく。冬はよく公園に行きます。
Okay. 冬はよく公園に行きます。
すみません。温かいココアを3つください。
That's a new way to use that. I like it. Ordering a drink. 温かいココアを Ooh, it's combining ordering from 5 units ago? I think it's 5 units ago. So, すみません。温かいココアを3つください。So, may I have 4? No, 3. Sorry. 3 hot cocoa, please. Neat.
冬はよく山に行きます。
Okay.
冬はよく
Wait, what?
冬はよく山に行きます。
山に行きます。
行きます。冬はよく山に行きます。
今日はとても寒いです。blank も寒いです。What is also cold?
寒い。
明日? I mean, tomorrow? Sure. 2回? Wait. 今日は Oh, okay, it's tomorrow. はい。 Am I drawing a blank on Nikai? And then udon. That's self-explanatory. Hmm.
京都も雪ですか？
Wait, did I just hear Kyo? Oh, this is the
京
Kyo
京都
Kyoto. Kyo Kyoto. Kyo Kyoto.
京都も雪ですか？
What?
京都も雪ですか？海ですか？も京都も雪ですか？京都も雪ですか？
Ooh, that's hard to hear right there. Kyoto mo umi desu ka? Or not? What am I doing? Oh, Yuki. Oh, that doesn't make any sense yet. Fair. That was a location, Ikimasu. Ooh. Alright. It's okay. Last lesson. Kono. Kono. Oh. Kono onsen. Kono onsen. Sorry. Kono onsen no. Something wa no kono onsen no mitsu. That's a different way of using mitsu for once. Kono onsen no mitsu wa totemo ii desu ne. At least we know it's for generic water too, and not just drinking water. Well, today be cold. Hyo wa samui
寒い
desu ka?
冬はいつも温泉に行きます。
冬はいつも温泉に行きます。In the winter, I always go to hot springs.
バス
夏、秋、寒い。
寒い
大丈夫。
大丈夫
警察。
警察
Okay. 暖かいココアを飲みます。
暖かい
温かい
ココア
を飲みます。雪。I don't know how I feel about that.
雨。
ところ。お寺。次。
来週家族と温泉に行きます。
来週家族と温泉に行きます。Okay? I'm going to a hot spring with my family. I guess we can put next week in the front. On sunny days, I drink warm green tea. Yuki
雪
の
日
日
は
は暖かい。
暖かい暖かい暖かい
Stop it.
暖かい
暖かい。
お
お茶を
飲みます
飲みます。
今日京都はとても寒いです。
京都はとても寒いです。Kyoto will be cold. Will be very cold today.
来週温泉に行きます。
来週温泉に行きます。I'm going to a hot spring next week.
今日京都も雪ですか？
What do I do here? 京都も
雪
雪
です。
です。
今日京都も雪ですか？
京都も雪ですか？
か。
Alright, we did it. That's it. 12 lessons and 3 practices. We're kind of this I think too big. I don't think there's anything remarkably tricky or maybe some new grammar points. There are some grammar points to pick up. Not too much. Not too much. And the kanji though, we actually fit in 2 kanji practice as well. So I'll keep doing the kanji practice this way until we fill in all the golds again. I'm pretty sure I know what that stroke order is. Let's just take a peep at the stroke order. Yep, no surprises. For days of the month. Gatsu. Well, let me practice something first. Shichi. Chichigatsu. Chichigatsu. Chichichi. Chichigatsu. Chichigatsu. Ichigatsu. Chichigatsu. I'm kinda resting too long on the shichiji, on the shi, right? Shichiji. I mean, they're pronouncing it like a little bit shorter, but that's fine. It's both. Shichigatsu, Chichiji, Ichiji, Sanji, Chichigatsu, Ichigatsu. Oh, actually, I don't even know if it's Ichigatsu, actually. I probably isn't Ichigatsu now that I think about it. We only have technically Kugatsu, and Shichigatsu. So I might not try to make that assumption yet. I mean, it sounds okay. Shichiji. I'm not gonna do the Shichiji. That's kind of sounding weird. Chichiji is fine. It'll be fine. Okay. Alright. There you have it. Don't know if I want to do day 45 or not. I think we might have a review on day 45. How does that end up? So today, yeah, we're gonna do a review on day 45. Halfway point? It's probably not halfway, right? Unit 8. If we do it on day 45, it would be mid unit 8. And what is this? 9? And it goes down to... Oh wait, it's not that bad. It's a little close to the halfway point. It's close to the halfway point. Yeah, we'll do 45. Maybe. I'll think about it tomorrow. Depending on how tomorrow feels. We'll see. We'll do a review day on technically 46. Day 46. So we have 2 extra days. Or we do it tomorrow and then do the review day on the day of 45. Technically, I did it after 25 days. Actually, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do it on day 50. So every 25 days. The reason why I want to do that is I guess we can leave it at a solid 100 days, right? We can't land on 50. 60 feels weird. So we're going to go with 100 days. So the review is going to be on day 50. And hopefully I get through half of section 2. And then spend like 7 hours reviewing everything we've learned in section 2. Minus unit 1 and unit 2, which was from section 1. I'll probably end up throwing everything in. See how much we can regurgitate. Alright, folks. We had an interesting discussion today. Let's now sit on it. Think about what I said today. Perhaps change my mind about something. That's the end of day 43. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Good luck with everything you guys are doing. Learn some new languages. Perhaps share some ideas with others. You're always welcome to comment, discuss, and share your ideas. As long as you're not too insecure, I suppose, about me talking about him. And until next time, stay safe. Stay happy, stay healthy, right? And as always, mata ashita. じゃあね。